What's up, Keep Pounding crew? We're back today with another video, another stream. Combine Day 2 is underway. Defensive backs and tight ends. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news. Uh, oh, we got Wiggins hurt already. Ooh, his groin popped. Ooh. Oh. Oh, wow. Ooh. That's not a good start, man. So yeah, make sure to follow the Facebook group page for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as the schedule for the channel for off-season and the Fantasy Football League of Keep Pounding Yahoo Sports. So let's go. Day 2. We get into defensive backs and the 40 times so far. A little bit of interesting info there to start out the day of that groin injury. Oof. Not a great start. Ooh, okay, okay. He said, I'm not here to be mediocre, I'm here to break records. Alright, I hear you. Let's see what you got. 439. Nice. That really is a shame because this is the first opportunity you really get to look at some of these players and like the coaches get their opportunity to see them, you know, run these drills, see how flexible they are, their footwork, their hands, their mechanics, and for this guy to have a groin injury right out of the gate, you know, to where he does not get an opportunity to display those mechanics really sucks, man. I hate that for him. Um, so maybe he'll get a better chance with the private workouts and all that other stuff, you know, but in all the meetups and things like that. Who knows? We can hope, right? That's really disappointing. And that was Nate Wiggins from Clemson there. Dang it. So this is typical of the players that we scout and stuff like that. Like something will happen like that. It's just I don't know. So I haven't officially looked at the 40 times yet of the ones I missed so far. So I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. Welcome on in though. Welcome in. Okay, so we got Cam Hart running the 40 now. We got a 4.50 starting out. We got a 4.59 now on the second time around. But Nate Wiggins ran a 4.29 though. I mean, the dude's fast. We already knew this. That's not new news. You know. It's just crazy how things can change that quickly in a matter of like 0.5 seconds, you know, for your combine scouting opportunity, and like you just lose every chance to impress coaches and do anything that would make a great first impression. It just sucks, man. So maybe he'll get that chance, man. Maybe. With the 4.29, I mean, he wasn't even happy with the 4.29. You know what I mean? That's that 110% effort, that mindset that every Clemson player brings into everything that they do athletically. Like, they're never satisfied. And they want more. They want to come in and break records. They want to do things that you don't expect them to do. So, I mean, the 4.29 seems like it is the most accurate number. Uh, you got Doug Peterson, who's interested in the most previous guy that was running the 40 there. What's up, the real Sunchild? Let's go, brother. Keep pounding. That's right, man. Thank you. Appreciate the love, man. Starting out the stream with good energy, man. Love it. We got Kalen King running that 4.62. I mean, what prospects do I have my eye on today? Of course, Nate Wiggins, but he is out now, so I'm just gonna be real with you. I don't know many of these names. I haven't done much research on these guys. I haven't had the time. I've had a lot of stuff going on outside of YouTube lately, so uh, what I'm looking, what I can tell you what I'm looking for as far as DBs. What I'm looking for is somebody to replace C.J. Henderson, because C.J. Henderson has been there forever, and you know it's just time to make the move to get somebody good in here that we can develop and possibly make into a number 2 or number 3 corner within 2 to 3 years. That's what we're looking to do. That's why I'm interested in the DBs right now. I don't know who we should specifically be looking at yet. I'll tell you kind of as we go along. I like that 4.33 by Quinton Mitchell there, Quinyon Mitchell, fast guy from Toledo. I'm not so much concerned about the 40 times as I am about the cone drills and all the other drills that these guys do, because it shows their mechanics and their footwork and their flexibility. So that's going to show me who these guys are more so than the 40 time. I mean, yes, the 40 is important with corners, but dang, look at those abs. Yes, sir. Oh boy. Okay, so he's gonna show off during that pro day. Cool, 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 cool. That's what I want to see. 100%, brother. Totally agree. 4.48 is the official time for Andrew Phillips now. That's pretty good for a Kentucky corner. They've had a good history of corners lately. Yeah, Trey Prince. Of course, you got the transfer portal going on too. So now, it's the first year of that. So there's a lot of that that's going to impact some of these guys. Like, they go into different systems, they go into different situations. So it can impact the numbers, when you look at the stats. 439 is the number they're going to go with him. Okay, cool. With the Ole Miss gentleman. Which I did not catch his name. 436 for Nemea Pritchett. I'm probably getting that first name wrong. That's pretty good. That's one of the top numbers. Let's see his second run, though. I am watching this live on NFL Network, by the way, guys. Some team that has no business looking at a quarterback from finding something wrong with him, or just saying, you know what, it's really none of your business. It's only the business. 4.38. Okay. Pretty good. But yeah, my man Nate Wiggins from Clemson, not disappointing me at all. With the 4.29 and way faster than everybody by a mile. Baltimore was interested in him. Huh. Okay. Or 5-1 for Ennis. Okay. Because of the talent that we've got sitting around number 33 pick, I'm thinking that we go for the corner maybe around the 4th or 5th round. Because that's really what we're going to be looking for is a solid guy that's a B-plus guy, sitting down there, that will provide that extra muscle to the corner room, and be an upgrade on C.J. Henderson. So I am looking for a fast guy. I'm looking for somebody that's flexible. I'm looking for somebody that has good technique. And I'm expecting that to be in the second group, realistically. So, four, five, seven, not bad, Chow. Newsom in the building for the Ravens. Mr. Ozzie, the vice president. They haven't shown any of our executives yet. So my question is, when will they start showing our guys? And for what type of players are we looking for? Four, five, three. Okay. Four, five, two for Tarheeb Still from Maryland. Okay, Ryan Watts from Texas. Let's see what we got here. 4-5-3 on the first one. 4-5-3, consistent. Okay. That's pretty much who he is speed-wise then. Alright. Okay, so Nate Wiggins has beat out Quinyon Mitchell and Terry Arnold by a good margin. By like 2 steps. Oh, wow. 4-3-3, 4-5-1, and Nate Wiggins is a 4-2-9. I mean, that's the separation that Nate Wiggins has. And the thing is, like, if you watch Nate Wiggins play, he has that ability to shift around. He's able to knock down balls. He's a playmaker, man. He's a baller, and you probably see that from some of these other guys as well. But that's going to translate well to the next level. I've kept my eye on him for quite a while now, and I think he's got the skills to make something happen. Now my question is, we've met with him now. We're going to be at his Clemson Pro Day. So will we continue to pursue him, or will we go later on in the draft and pick up a corner then? There's a lot of people that were just like, yeah, let's throw D-Jack out there, and save some money. No, don't throw D-Jack to the Wolves. I'm tired of watching all our talent go to the Wolves, man. You got to stop this. So if you're looking to draft a corner in the first round, the goal here is not to toss away the talent that you already have, it's to replace the talent that you have. So I want to make that very, very clear, going forward. So if we are actively pursuing Nate Wiggins, then we need to keep the talent we have and toss CJ. Because there's no reason why we can't try to keep some of these players on the field. That's the only issue we've had with D-Jack and Horn, correct? I know D-Jack has those ankle tackle attempts. I'll give you that. I will give you that. For all the people that were against him on that. But that's not a reason to cut him. He's cut down on that. He's fixed that for the most part. So the main issue now is keeping these guys healthy and on the field. So, like I said, getting rid of that type of talent to another team makes them instant Pro Bowl material for another team with the same system as ours. If they have even an inch of talent on this team and they go somewhere else, they're going to be Pro Bowlers. I'm just telling you that right now. Because these players will be developed properly with another team, and that's going to be the end of that. You'll never see him again.
Always in position. He's got that easy long speed. Here he is working against Rice from USC. Willie Mays
Oh.
shoulder interception, but you've got the speed, the ball skills, and the other component, which is toughness. He is tough as nails.
All right, so here's the line drill.
Our first drill of the day, you can see it.
Let's go. Line drill.
33-yard line, essentially. The line drill. What's the line drill? DJ. Well, we're going to get a chance to go through this, and you're going to keep an eye on their feet as they're going through this. You're going to be keeping an eye on their quickness. Now let's let them. Do we have a guinea pig here?
All right, so the feet and the quickness for the line drill. That's what we're looking for, y'all.
Okay. You know what I mean? Like the prototype. You know what I mean? That say, hey, youngster, you're really good at what you do. Show everyone how you do it. So you want to see the foot quickness in the pedal. They're going to flip your hips each way, and they want you to stay straight on that line.
Right.
So you can see the quickness, you can see how fluid they are, and then you can catch the ball at the end. That was really nice.
Okay, so basically they're testing their feet, turning their hips. You want them to stay on the line and then catch the ball at the end. The ball at the end is the bonus ball. So it's shift left, shift right, shift left, and then turn around and catch. That's what this drill is. Oh, MJ did so well with that, and then he dropped it. Nice. Marcellus Style from South Carolina. Gamecock guy. Ronaldo Green. This is one of them I'm keeping an eye on. Nice.
Look at the guys when you're talking about the trust that you have in your hands. Watch the guys that gear down once they finish the last flip. And then you'll see the guys who trust their hands, they'll accelerate through it and go right through the ball. Here's Kamal Hazy, Tennessee. We didn't see run a 40. There you go. I like it. And you'll see his ball skills when you watch him. He can really play the ball on tape there. Hasn't had a chance to stay healthy throughout his whole career, but he's got ability.
Nice.
You down there on the field, my friend?
DJ, I am, and you're exactly right about the acceleration, deceleration, and you go back to Haddon from Tennessee, former receiver who flipped over. We're going to see more and more of that. We talked about it a couple of years ago, didn't we? If you're that third, fourth, or fifth receiver, you might want to go over and play corner.
Ooh, I like DJ James.
From Notre Dame. He's got wide receiver background.
Brandon Jones.
You will know how to spell Duke pretty quickly.
Those Florida State players have put on a really good workout through days 1 and starting out in days 2 here. So they got some really great recruits coming in.
Requirements for playing safety kind of melted away over time. We're seeing
Oh.
more and more of those Tyrann Mathieu type safeties in terms of stature. Remember when you know if you were
Mario
6'4",
Lester, Georgia.
we don't have that
We got Dwight from Arkansas.
couldn't play safety, and we don't have
All right, let's see it.
well, I don't believe.
Got to keep your feet on the line.
When I watched him,
That hip turn.
thought he didn't waste any movement. He's really efficient. Max Melton's having a good day so far. Keeps that going.
Yeah, Max Melton.
What those one-on-ones are like with him and his brother, that's a lot of speed.
Okay.
You know what was said in that household a lot. You two take
Keeping
that
an eye on him.
That was interesting.
Nice.
Looking rough by Josh Newton.
Did you see he was kind of side strap, let it backpedal, D.
They want you to stay square.
Yeah.
Good to me. Andrew Phillips. Prince was flying on his 40. Let's see how he moves.
Let's see.
Here. He's kind of high cut, tall and long, got a little bit leggy there coming out of that.
Oh.
pocket.
Couldn't catch that bonus ball. Pritchett. Okay.
CD, do we know who we have as throwers down here?
That is a great question, and you know what I will say? I will effort to find out who they are and get them to you.
It's our first look at some throwing quarterbacks. Yeah, but I didn't see numbers, so I didn't know if they were Mike Sanders. Yeah, he can do this. I mean, you watch him play. Not only can he catch it, he's pretty adept at scooping it up off the ground once it's been knocked out as well.
Yep. DJ,
Oof.
I have your information.
Some old school names here.
All right.
Kellen Mond.
Here's Tariq Still from Maryland.
Okay.
Let's see what this dude's got.
These guys look older. They're not current
Good footwork.
draft guys.
Very good footwork.
Always used to have were the current
Like what I'm seeing there.
throwers, and they went through the combine as well.
Josh Wallace.
Veterans.
Oh, Josh, you got to keep running, bro. You got to keep running.
He's getting his feet wet here for the day.
Come on, man. There it is. Brown Watts.
That would have been Wiggins' spot.
So that's the line drill. I like it.
I guarantee you Wiggins will ace that drill right there.
We can look at the track.
He's really, really good with his feet.
Some of these players, and let's start with Terry and Arnold. One of the first to get going through this drill. Does he stay down the line? Let's trace it. That's pretty darn good. Here's Green from Florida State. And nice job. Right down the line. Here's Smith Wade from Washington State. He's moving pretty well.
I'm going to go ahead and mark that down, though.
One for the team there on the throw, but nice job with his movement. We look at the NGS overall scores, and Quinyon Mitchell right there at the tippy top of the list. The 91
Mitchell,
is a
huh?
great number.
All right, what drill we got now?
Look at this back pedal.
Back pedal and 45-degree break. This is what we got now.
We're doing the same thing going back. Yeah, we just flipped it, so we're going to do the same drill. Alrighty. A lot of these guys, CD, I mean, you say, okay, man, they got some work to do with the pedal. A lot of these guys just played a quarter turn. They never pedal in college.
All right, so basically it's just the reverse of what we were just looking at with the line drill.
Include the receiver and make a lot of plays on the ball. But everything was that sideways turn, side straddle, and then go.
Yep. So a lot of these guys have been really repping this and working on this for the last couple months. Uh-oh, wrong way.
You know what this is the equivalent of?
What's up?
Quarterbacks coming out having to learn how to go under center and take a step. You know, a lot of them on the side straddle. Now you have to learn how to backpedal straight. They haven't done it in a while.
Dial looks really solid
No question.
on these drills.
Florida State.
Green as well.
Right there. Green.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you what, he had a collision in the Clemson game against Shipley, against Will Shipley, the running back.
Coming off the edge, Shipley tried to bounce it,
Yes.
and they met right there at the perimeter.
Shipley, I think I might have given the edge to Shipley on that collision, but that was a physical one. It was Harden.
Ooh, Harden looking good.
So now we switch lines. And hockey card.
Yeah.
The line change.
One edge to the next.
One guy goes one way, one guy goes another way, and I sit up here saying, what do you want from me?
All right. All right, so again, like I said before, Nate Wiggins would have aced both of those drills because he is very, very good with his footwork and his hands. And that's been proven during Clemson games. So I can speak for that. Because I've watched him. I've scouted him pretty well. Now, it's the rest of these guys I don't know very well. That's the ones I'm focusing on, which is good. I wish Nate had gotten his chance to show off a little bit and let people compare Nate to everybody else. That's what I would have been interested in. There's a few different drills I would have liked to see the comparison on. The cone drill, the shuttle would be interesting as well. I forget what other drills they do with the cones, but where they have to turn and shift a lot. Those are the ones where I want to see the comparisons because some of these guys are really, really fast and flexible, and others not so much. And you'll be able to see the separation of the pack, which ones are better suited to be the top 50, versus the ones that are not. It would have been completely obvious, though. Because they're very fast, very athletic guys. And, I'm just enjoying all of this, man. I'm enjoying every bit of it. It's a lot of fun. What's up, Marcos Cash? What up, man? Step on the like button. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Step on that like button, guys. Make sure you sub if you haven't already. We're reacting live to the NFL Network. I mean, if you've got NFL Network and you have the ability to watch this, why not use those tools and learn more about these guys, They got the Notre Dame head football coach up in here, Marcus Freeman.
Elite athletes. Elite. Good to see you. Good to see you.
I thought that was efficient movement. I liked it, Coach. I thought you were moving around well going through that drill.
Yeah, you're always hard on yourself, I could say that guy looked a little bit stiff just watching those clips.
8 players at the combine. We're at Golden Dome. We're seeing Cam Hart out there on
Wow.
the field right
8
now.
Notre Dame players.
HC of Notre Dame football. How does it feel for you to be sitting here in this building watching your guys out here?
Yeah, for me, this is the first time being at the combine as the head coach.
That's got to feel incredible, dude. As a head coach, knowing that you produced 8 guys for the NFL out of this draft class. Wow, man.
When I knew that he was roommates with Kyle Hamilton, I had him pull the numbers, so I can post that so that he can see who ends up getting the bragging rights here when it's all said and done. Cam got him in the 40 there with the 4-5 flat.
I know the most that Dabo Swinney put out was like 4 for Clemson, but I don't think he ever came to the combines that I remember. I could be wrong though.
I got to Notre Dame. He was, I think, just finishing his first year as a
Yeah.
and to see his progression over the next 3 years has been tremendous. Coming from
Okay.
playing one
There's the 40 jump.
side of the ball.
Ooh.
Now, he loves to compete. He loves to really study the game, and I think he is just scratching the surface of where he's going to be.
And obviously we'll see
Who is this? Hart?
Cam Hart here.
Cam Hart?
Hartman
Okay.
tomorrow.
You got my
We'll see
attention.
about your quarterback who's here. Obviously we're
That was a heck of a freaking 40 jump, man.
names right now available in this year's draft, and Sam is. What can you table pound for him right now?
You know, I love Sam Hartman. His ability to come in and learn a new system in 1 year.
Backpedal and 45-degree break now.
To perform the way he performed, I have tremendous
Still going back at it. This might be the second group. I don't know. No, it's still the first group.
He won some big games for us and really did some elite things from the quarterback position. So I know he'll perform well here. The combine's just a part of
Oh!
the story, the resume that you have.
Okay, they changed it up. You got to go down the field and try to catch the ball on a lateral.
It's rare to have somebody who has the upside as well as the floor. You say he's a safe pick, but you also say he can be an elite player. He's
Oh.
one of the teams told
Okay. Okay. Okay.
year two will be shocked.
Yeah, I would second that.
So they expect you to turn on the line,
Just one of the most complete.
left, then right, then left again, and then go out and try to catch the ball.
Our first year as defense coordinator at Notre Dame.
So that's what this drill is.
Defensive line coach for the Chargers, Mike Elston, had said, that guy that you're watching in practice on
For the people that don't understand what's going on.
really, he was a skinny 200.
Ooh, you managed to catch that in bounds. Okay, Ryan Cooper.
That first year of 2021 he started and has started every game since and has been one of the most elite players I've ever been around.
Did he say he might be the 5th overall pick in the future?
Oh, he had to go back for it. MJ. Still caught it, though. All right, Dial. Mr. Dial from the Gamecocks. This is the one I want to watch right here. Yes, sir. Good drill.
Rashawn Slater for the foreseeable future would be okay.
There you go.
Coach, what do you guys do to get your players ready for this? Because I know that the NFL is part of the pitch, right? You come in
Green as well.
and win shape
Looks good on that drill.
with an eye towards the future. What are you guys doing to prepare these guys for this week?
Good representation for Florida State today.
It's the things that
And yesterday as well.
the interviews, the talking ball with the coaches. That's
I have to say that their players are certainly showing up.
they've been able to speak about the schematic schemes that we use on offense and defense.
Now I want to see like what else we have, in day 3 of day 4 as far as that goes. Before I like judge too soon on like and say like Florida State players are the types of players that you want to go after,
They're going to train with their trainers to do a lot of these drills that you see here at the combine.
Because the combine is just the first step,
Pride ourselves in that when our players are interviewed by these NFL scouts and GMs and teams that you are going to be impressed with the entire package.
Oh. Nice, Cam. Okay.
You work a little bit of ball security. I like it.
He had no idea the pressure was on, right?
That's right. You better catch that ball, or you wouldn't hear the end of it.
With you, his coach, on the air on NFL Network, on the drill. Coach, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having
Really
me.
appreciate it. Good luck to you. That's Marcus Freeman.
Coach got to be the eye in the sky right there.
Okay.
Does not lie. Yeah, you win every time. That's not a bad chance. Not a bad play.
Oof. Gotta finish.
Of Notre Dame football, right here on NFL Network's live coverage. We're taking a break now. Is that what we're doing, folks?
Good footwork. Oh! What a catch, Elijah. Dude juggled it a couple times and like landed with it. I like it. I like the commitment. Jarian Jones, nice.
Him, he's a head coach now at Notre Dame. All these juniors that we grew up with, all their sons out here playing.
I like the footwork from every Florida State player I've seen so far. It's been very, very good. And that's been a staple of their draft classes as of lately.
Absolutely. And that's exactly the look that you're going to want to have. A guy could be that center field ball hawk, able to roam sideline to sideline. Remember Kyle Hamilton? Everybody's worried about his 40 speed. And then we plugged in that Florida State game, and he came from the team.
Ari Lassiter.
Around the sideline because he looks like a pterodactyl. That's what you're going to want to have. And you guys talk about Marcus Freeman. I called 2 of his national championship games at Ohio State. So you think you feel it? How do I feel?
That's awesome. I'll tell you what, we saw Lassiter a second ago too from Georgia, who it is really, really fluid, smooth going through these drills. And Max Melton's another gear. He just opens up.
Yeah, Lassiter looks real good from Georgia. I like him.
Maybe a second round pick when it's all said and done. He looks like just moving around looks like a top 50 player.
And DJ, does he get him?
I'll agree with that. All right, Quinyon, let's see what you got.
If he didn't,
What you got? Oh!
his brother was undrafted, correct? And when they played well,
That catch on the turn, though.
he'll make the same mistake twice. He might get a lobster bounce.
He didn't even lose any momentum. That's beautiful.
They're grasping the idea of going up and high pointing it.
That's what you're looking for. High point ball.
Well, Mitchell just overran the ball to the point where he caught it in his gut.
Get your head back. Just a nice job.
Nice.
Point there from Phillips.
Andrew Phillips.
CD Phillips got the. I don't use it often.
Good footwork. Staying on the line.
Like War Daddy.
Prince. Oh, and he didn't get it.
Nickel. He plays outside and in the nickel, but man, when he triggers, when he sees it, he goes. Man, he is physical and tough.
Yeah, that
Pritchett
that's
from
one of
Auburn.
those ones that
Good footwork.
proliferated in terms of what we talked about with
Like that catch.
But when you got it now, but that's a big time term, right? You don't get it very often. That's a well-built young man, isn't it?
Oh, Roland Wallace here. Yeah. He transferred.
Oh, oh.
You know, somebody who's got kind of that corner safety flex. I think he's going to end up being a safety when it's all said and done. He got one off Colorado when he popped on that game. Nice play on a ball from Shador.
What we just saw there from Rich, from your guy, I thought was excellent. Everything except the catch. The movement so easy, the turn smooth. He'll catch more than he'll drop.
All right.
So I just got the official for these guys. My understanding, Wiggins
Graves
is
still.
disappointed in the fact that he's got a bag of ice on that hip flexor right now. But his 40 time improved by 1/100th of a second. Based on our official timing now, it's a 4.28 for him.
We talked about Dominic Rogers Cromartie running a 4.33. So anyone got that number?
Wow, Cromartie ran a 4.33. So if you think about the 4.28 that Nate Wiggins just ran, wow, man. That's awesome. So happy to hear that, you know, because, you know, I love those Clemson guys, man. I love what I'm seeing from every player that comes through that draft class.
Yes, he is. He's getting ready to get some money coming his way. Here he is. You gonna flip? Now you want to run? We just saw this.
Antoine Winfield Jr. is the guy that they highlight for that particular drill.
Outstanding job. That's the family business for him. Here he is again, running.
So this is during an actual game, in an NFL game, and he picks somebody off.
Play on it. Not gonna have these perfect
Wow.
exactly the same as we saw in this drill, but it's about
That's cool. Change of direction, yeah.
and here he goes over Pittman. That's
Oh!
a play here in this building.
He picked it off over Pittman's head. Dude.
About him earlier as the former wide receiver. I love watching the NPH on this too because you can see it when they get a chance to open up before they get their head back around how high they get that speed cranked up. Here's Lassiter from Georgia. He's going to run it up to over 19 miles per hour. Slow down with the ball coming a little bit to go get it.
20.
Again, he's got a gear that not many people have.
That's how you overrun the ball, right?
That's how you end up catching that like a shortstop instead of like a center fielder when you run past the ball.
So Wiggins is the only sub 4-3.
Wow.
You've got
4.28 Wiggins versus everybody else that's in the 4.3s.
these are some really
Oh my gosh.
and there's Wiggins. We can only hope that
Man, that's a doggone shame, man. I was hoping he would be able to do some of these drills.
the strain of the hip flexor, as you can see,
Ooh.
he reached 24 miles an hour.
24 miles an hour? What?
That's ridiculous.
Bro.
Next gen stats here, getting those MPHs. I love it. By the way, Terran Arnold
Let's go, Nate.
tick faster too. He ended up at 4.5 flat.
Elijah
You love to see it, man. You love to see it.
and then Tim Trella
Nice.
an eventful rep to say the least. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Very interesting drills so far. I like what we're seeing. A lot of fun. The DB drills are very, very interesting if they do. It's always fascinating to see who's going to step up, who's going to show that flexibility, who's going to show that footwork, you know, and how they separate themselves from the pack. So that's kind of what I'm looking for in that second group. Is who's going to step up and separate themselves. Who's going to be that 2 or 3 guys that we need to target and look at, you know? And much love to CJ Henderson, you know, but we got to upgrade, man. It's all about moving forward. It's all about upgrading. You know, we gotta keep the train moving. You know what I mean? And if you got a chance to upgrade a position, we got to do it. We don't necessarily have to do it this year, but it would be really, really nice to be able to do it this year. Since we got a couple of extra picks that we could get out of a Brian Burns trade, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm hoping will happen here. Because we could trade down that third that we get out of this Brian Burns trade if we should do it. Happen to do it. We don't necessarily have to do it, but I mean, the options are on the table. We got a lot of options on the table, and it all depends on Brian Burns' agent, you know. Currently, they're probably we're talking to the agent before they started out today. So I'm sure that they had some possibly fruitful conversations on what to do there. But you know, what it's going to come down to is, you know, can we pick the right guy at the end of the day? All right, so
As we're watching the on-field drills for the quarterback group, DB group number 4, the safeties will have
group number 4, okay, we got the back pedal and 45-degree break.
the tight ends after that. Quinion Mitchell
Quinion Mitchell.
available in the draft, ran a 4.33 official 40-yard dash just with that rep.
Josh Newton.
Cool things with technology. We just showed it a minute ago with this drill going the other direction.
Yes.
Good. Oh, he dropped it.
To be able to see the acceleration with miles per hour.
But good footwork, though.
18, and then you see a guy hit 20.
Andrew
It's such a cool way to contextualize what you do with all this data that this team
showing some good footwork there.
Of course, it all comes down to, what beats in the chest and what
Couldn't come down with the high point. Okay.
quickly you can adjust to deal with adversity and be a team.
Prince from Ole Miss.
The evaluation just for one player makes your head spin. You got to do it about 300 times to pay at least.
Nice.
Depending on how many draft choices you have, just for preparation.
I get asked often, about, why this
Here's
is
Pritchett. Good footwork.
Why does this matter?
Very nice. Comes down with the ball. Good finish. That's what you're looking for.
If you are going up again, if you're a receiver and you run 4.6, well, the guy running next to you that's covering you is going to be running 4.6. But if I'm a corner and I run 4.6,
Ooh, nice. Christian Roland Wallace.
get there. The speed
Okay.
more at this position than any other one. So and there's a difference between game speed and time
Good
speed.
footwork.
But guys, I've been
Mike
in the room and seen
for Michigan.
adjusted on the board off of testing at this
Good
position
catch.
far more than any other position. Because you could go a whole year and we might not see you.
Shao Smith Wade. Let's see what we got here.
I've seen a lot of fast receivers this year on tape in your conference. And this is
Okay. He kind of slowed down to catch it though, so he kind of overran it. Tarib still. Maryland. Good. Good high point catch. Good sideline use. That's what you want right there. What he just did right there. That's what you want. Josh Wallace. Let's see. Missed it. But good footwork. Okay, Ryan. Slows down. Couldn't catch it. Overran it. Okay. Good footwork, though. I mean, pretty much every one of those corners had displayed very, very good footwork on that drill. I'm not writing down notes because I can always go back into the VOD and, like, get the notes out of the VODs of, like, who caught my attention. So that's why you'll hear me say, like, certain names and, like, what they're doing and specific things they're doing that I'm pointing out. So, good closing speed. Okay, so this is the Terrion Arnold from Alabama. 450 40 dash. They're comparing him to Jalen Johnson of the Bears.
We're simulcaning the line drill between your top two corners on your board.
Sam Mitchell and Terry Arnold. The difference is going to be here when you open up. Oh, sorry, this is a line drill. When you see these guys open up, Mitchell does have another gear once you really open it up. But in terms of staying down that line, smooth and fluid, you'll see it here going through this W drill. Everything he does is really.
All right, so W drill.
W drill, obviously called as such because the footwork that they want to see from these guys is the letter W. Or, you know, if it's from the other direction, the letter M, which is, as you know, the operative letter of the combine.
They're looking for footwork. They're looking for your change of direction there. And they're looking for technique.
We have this talk every year in this drill, CD, about whether or not you want to use a T-step or not. Prime was notoriously anti-T-step.
You know he's here. If he's even here, he probably just sensed you saying it and just sent a shudder through him. So it's interesting the speeds that different guys are going through it, isn't it, DJ?
Yeah.
Some are a little more careful than others. Some are letting it go with abandon.
What do you want to explain? You're talking about the first step that
So
they take.
the T-step is when they get to the back. So when they're getting in their plant, do they put that foot parallel with the line? So
Okay.
Yeah, ready?
Yeah.
when he gets to the top right
Here. No,
yep, and that was a T-step right there.
T-step there.
His right foot. It's that right foot. Whether or not it stays together or whether that foot kicks out laterally.
Stacey Dibs.
Look who I found down the field, Rich. It's
Hey! Where is he? Right up here, Chris. Yeah, Chris.
I got a few choice words for Mr. Rich.
Whoa!
Yes, I've been listening to his couple little rants and
Oh,
Of course, that would be Chris Carter, right? The legend, the Hall of Famer, the receiver. It's fun to watch these cornerbacks. You face so many. Who's the best cornerback you faced?
Don't do that. Don't. I played against
I think they're all going to do well in this drill, so I'm not even really concerned with this drill. I'm gonna watch it anyway, just to see like how their footwork is. Um,
prime time. Is he got that name for a reason? But if you look at Aeneas Williams, Rod Woodson, Darrell Green, Charles Woodson,
it's more so the change of direction
Do we see any futures out here?
out of the back
What do
pedal
you see with these young
that
guys?
I'm watching.
really is. There is every size, shape that you would ever want in a defensive back. And what you really start to see is a lot of bigger nickelbacks because they have a problem in the slot with all the NFL matchup problems that they have. And now you're starting to see they're going to put some size in the slots to be able to run with these receivers. That's probably the biggest difference the last 3 or 4 years.
What do these cornerbacks, Chris? What do they need to develop before they get to the league, or really in that first year? Because it is such a transition that really I don't know even know if they understand yet.
Well, probably the number one thing is the quality of our receivers on NFL rosters is so much superior to what they're used to. But their whole learning phase has got to change. They don't know how
Right.
to play pro football, so they got to submit their ability to their coaches. Say, coach, teach me pro football. I played a lot of football, but I've never played pro football, and the techniques and the things at this level are totally different.
True.
This kid from TCU,
Oh,
like him, Josh Newton, play corner.
oh, Quinyon Mitchell
Big time player.
butchered that drill.
One of the ones that
Yikes, man.
DB group over to my wide receiver group.
Well, I think Rich, do you have a message?
And I mean, you got to be prepared. You got to handle that turf, even on the combine drills. So you got to be prepared to handle any type of environment, whether it be grass or turf or So you can't be slipping, man. Can't be slipping.
That is incredible insight. How many Hall of Famers do we have to talk, guys, down here on the field in such capacity? Pretty special.
But everybody that's watched him knows that he has that second gear in him, man. He can get upfield. He can take care of business. So I don't believe that having a bad combine day for him would be detrimental. But it's just something to keep an eye on. You know what I mean?
So again, as we watch Sanders still go at it here, why doesn't Dion like the T-step? Like, what's the big deal?
Because your body stops.
I see.
It's almost imperceptible depending on who you're doing it, right, DJ?
Yeah, it's a break.
It is a break. You see right here. Book. And right there, what he wants is the body to stay in motion. And that's been a big discussion, Rich, with a lot of defensive back coaches with the fast motion we're seeing that the Dolphins do, among others. How are you getting your body in motion to handle that as opposed to being at a dead standstill and that guy bearing down on you?
That did not appear to be a T-step then. The last one. But there's one. Now we'll look at this drill and say, what?
Yeah, Rich is dialed in now. He's locked in. I love it.
Let's see what Ryan Watts does.
Nice recovery, Ryan Watts. Nice recovery. He almost lost his balance there for a second, but good recovery. With that slip, man, on that turf.
9 teams have talked in the last 2 days.
Might have been 8 too many.
That's right. Yes, indeed.
9 teams to talk with this dude? Dang, man. Okay.
Everybody get their banking done?
Let's go, Clyde, we gotta go.
Someone's in a hurry.
And
One Mississippi, two Mississippi.
Can we go?
Yeah, faster. Oh, no, siree. You see, I get discounts for my safe driving with Snapshot from Progressive. You should see my savings. They're nuts.
You told us he was just a wheelman.
No, I'm a wheelman. Family name on my mother's side. Irish.
If you feel like things don't add up right now, you're not alone. Rent is up.
Alright, so we had the W drill. So what's next? That's the question. I don't know what other drills they do. I know they do the W drill every year. Also, let's let's check the results. Alright, I'll get those up in a minute. Jericho Cotchery is actually the head coach at Limestone College now. Just got word of that today. So congrats to the new head coach. Love it, man. Love it. And I wish you the best, Mr. Cotchery. Good luck, man. Go get it. There we go. So there's your 40 times. A lot of these guys were sitting at like 4.34, 4.36, 4.38. You know, so it's pretty consistent out of the top guys. So back pedal and 90-degree brake now.
I mean, we test them for a reason. I always said that. I mean, you know, why test them if we're not going to use the numbers? And, you know, there's benchmarks that we need guys to hit, especially per position for us to take them. And, you know, you don't want to always be you don't want to have a team full of exceptions at the end of the day. So, you know, this matters. The workouts do matter. Of course, it's got to match the tape, but these workouts are important. At what point last year did you say Richardson's our guy? When did you begin that process?
Okay, so
Probably when we walked out of the building. I mean,
they'll go backward about 5 or 6 steps, and then they'll turn and go to the right. So that's what they're doing.
athletically that he was pretty freaky.
And going and catching the ball, you know, sideways.
But I knew he was going to test really well. But we had a really good feel for
While
Anthony
running.
before we got here. So
They'll turn and catch it.
the draft is going to fall, but I do
Right at the numbers.
distinctly getting asked a bunch of questions about are you moving up? And we just felt good about being at 4 and we were going to get a good player at 4. How's his health? It's good.
So they're interested in that break and that turn.
I mean, I lived through
You know, going into
had some issues
the turn. They're interested to see like how quickly you break and turn.
I've heard is that you are informing your current way of handling Anthony Richardson with what happened with Andrew Luck. Well, I just want to look. You don't want to ever, especially with a shoulder. I mean, you don't. Let's we got time. Why rush it? I mean, I almost got to pull it back on Anthony a little bit to, hey, what's the hurry? You know, we don't start OTAs for another month and a half. You know, really don't start throwing until that we get into May.
All right, so break, turn. There you go.
Exactly what our rehab team
Nice.
doctors are saying.
Anything surprised you? I know you were excited about him, brought him in there. I remember just being at camp and thinking he looks pretty comfortable and poised.
They all look comfortable with this drill, so I mean, there's nobody that really stands out, which is kind of what I'm looking for.
Glimpses of it on tape, but his poise
They'll look clean on this one.
I think there's a little misconception that this guy's a passer, and he's a pocket passer, and he's got great poise in the pocket throwing the football. And I thought you saw that in the limited time he got to play. Now look, I mean, he's got.
Okay, so they got Terry and Arnold again.
For us to sit here and stamp him and say there's no doubt, but
Oh.
the signs were very encouraging. Early in the season and especially through all of OTAs last year, through training camp. We're encouraged by what we see. Got a lot of work to do, but his ability in the pocket and as a passer is something that we're really excited about.
Well, just to try and inform our viewers.
They're talking to Chris Ballard, the Colts general manager, right now.
Quarterback conversation coming into this draft and the evaluation of it. I find it interesting that you said when you left the building of the combine, like that's our guy. Obviously, if the draft was going to fall, did you ever consider trading up to go get him at any point in time?
We had discussions, but at the end of the day, we said, let's just flip a coin. There was other guys we liked too, and so we figured at least one of those guys would be there at 4.
Right, and I remember seeing in that documentary that that's on Roku of you sitting in the draft room hearing that a trade was being made, and then you kind of were relieved that you heard it was the Texans trading again.
They already got their quarterback.
So it was like a moment of nervousness and then complete relief.
I'm sure they edited what I really said.
Yeah.
When the trade happened. No, and there's no better feeling than sitting next to your owner going, hey, I'm telling you, it's going to work out. There's a trade.
And you heard who it was, and then you knew you were going to get your guy. And then just the general sense again of the new league year happening so quickly. Where are you in your process of that?
We're in good shape. Now, look, we got a bunch of free agents that, we've been meeting with our agents all week.
Okay, so what is this drill?
It's a little different. In the past, free agency, you would leave here and free agency would kick up within a day or two. And now, we got almost a week and a half before it starts. So you got a little chance to regroup, continue to work on your own guys, try to keep them off the
This is
market.
the Terrell Austin drill.
Market gets set by, every other team. So some we work through. Mike Bloom, our cap guy, does a tremendous job. Our pro scouts heavily involved, as is our coaching staff. So we think we got a good plan of attack. We got a lot of really good players coming back, which we're excited about. But there's guys we also want to get back, and then also add.
I know we got to run. I got to ask one quick question because there's a lot of teams that are making the decision of whether they should restart the quarterback clock. I'm looking at this and seeing you guys have $72 million in cap space. How much of a benefit as a roster builder when you do have the rookie quarterback contract?
Oh.
It's a benefit.
Dial looked bad on that one.
$50 million. It gives you a little more room to operate. But I don't look at it as any different than when we had Andrew. And Andrew was one of the higher paid guys. You
Oof.
can still put it's a benefit, but you still can build a roster.
So what you're looking for is these guys will back up, they'll catch the ball, and then they'll go around the cone.
That's what I give. Look, I was in Kansas City.
It's a complete turn to the right,
Brett Veach, a lot of
and then they'll go around the cone.
what they've done around Pat Mahomes. It's defensively, pretty incredible what they've been able to do in drafts. So it can be done both ways, but I do think it's a little bit of an advantage.
Well, I appreciate you coming next door.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Good neighbor. You've been a good neighbor for many years.
I know I am.
We hope you've been keeping it
I
down.
love to listen. I sit there over there and listen.
Well, and
I don't make any comments usually.
I want to see up close to see if this is in fact a mullet that you're growing, but you're not there. It's a
I'm
mullet.
not, but it's a mid-age. I'm having like a midlife crisis, and I'm letting this thing go.
Well, where'd this
You want me
thing-
to tell you the real story?
Sure.
So we go to northern Wisconsin every summer. Good friend of mine, Rich Thompson, and Jim Bourne, our families, we all play together in college. We go up north, and there's a kid that I'm not going to name the school,
Okay.
but he works at a school in the SEC. In the ACC, and he's getting long. I said, dude, hair looks great, man. I said, let's make a deal. We'll grow it out through the season. Jack. I said, Jack, we're going to grow it out through the season. Well, I look on TV, and he cut it. I'm like, dude, what happened here? So I'm letting it roll.
Yeah,
I'm letting it roll.
He left you on the belt.
Oh yeah, but I'm letting it roll.
Okay. Again, we're the same age. The fact that you can do that, I don't have that ability, so let it fly, Chris. Let it fly.
Rich has it.
Hey, I'm trying to cover up the great, but then it just keeps showing up through it.
It's all
Ari Lassiter. See what he can do. Oh.
Struck out with the cheap seats. Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings.
Alright, I don't know what other drills they're still going to be doing with the DBs, so we're going to be paying attention to those. Yeah, we shall see. So they were talking about how the Colts have like $73 million of cap space, and with the injury of AR, like they were trying to figure out like what to do. So, you know, there was the conversation about quarterbacks. There was the conversation about how they were able to get draft picks. You know, settled during the draft room. You know, as far as like when they picked AR. So that was interesting to me. I thought that was definitely worth watching. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not really interested in the tight ends. I might scout him. I might not. I might play some Madden on stream while we're watching. And if I see something that catches my eye or somebody that we need to talk about, then we'll definitely talk about it. For the tight ends, we got the Michigan head football coach Sharon Moore up in the house. Congrats, Mr. Moore, on the national championship, by the way. And Harbaugh, of course. 18? Hold up. Did he just say 18? In 1 year? Bruh. Michigan's got 18 players in this draft? Holy cow. Oh my god. There wasn't a whole doggone squad, man. That's crazy.
You look at all the guys that we got that have potential to get drafted, and we knew we'd have a whole bunch of guys here.
Coach, I was talking to an offensive line coach this morning who's met with just about everybody that's come through here this year. And he said the Michigan guys are like 2 years ahead of everybody in terms of their knowledge, their understanding, their maturity.
Wow.
What's been special about that place? What have you guys been able to put into these guys to get them so prepared?
Yeah, I think first it starts with, how Coach started the program and how he's built it. And, just want to continue to keep that consistency and keep that drive. But the toughness, what they do.
I mean, that's Harbaugh, though. That's what he does.
And they love football. All those guys love football. They're constantly studying football. They're constantly wanting to play football.
It helps to have that
really the point,
experience in the NFL, too. bringing that back down to the college level and knowing like you've seen both levels. So now that you've been to the top level, now you can go back down to the college level and apply that to a Michigan team and have these guys prepare for the NFL level. Because every one of these guys will now know like what to expect at the NFL level, and will be able to prepare more. So that's kind of an extra advantage, really, if you think about it. Most of these places don't have that. Okay, so what this drill is basically is you backpedal. You go over to the left or the right, depending on which side you are, which side you favor, and then you stop, turn around, and then go back the other way. So it's pretty much a stop and go, really. But how that applies is during certain routes that wide receivers run, to where if you are a really good corner, you can adapt to certain routes. Stop and go, shift your direction to the other way at a dime, And that's very important going into the NFL, that these guys know how to do that. So you do want a small degree of speed with this, but you also want to work on your footwork. So the footwork has to be there. You can't be slipping, you can't be sliding, you gotta slide on the dime. You know what I mean? Like, as soon as you recognize that wide receiver is going the other direction, then you got to be ready to shift the other way. I don't know what this drill is called, but I like it. That's a good drill. I'll let y'all know when I find out what drill this is. And they're kind of showing like on film like how that is affected in an actual college game. But what I'd like to see is like how they compare that to like the NFL level. Like how does that apply in an actual NFL game? Terrell Austin drill number 2. That's what it is. Terrell Austin drill number 2. It's a solid one. He's exactly right. That's exactly what Harbaugh brings to a team when he's a head coach. So far, they're all handling this drill very, very well. Nobody's really separating themselves. Good footwork by pretty much all of them. And that's on turf too. So what I'm looking for is the people that don't necessarily have. Okay, Quinyon Mitchell has kind of that extra step to his stop, which is a little bit of a concern because he's showing like he's struggled with that extra step or two during certain drills today. But at the same time, like he has shown that he can take that speed up a notch and recover. So I mean, I don't know how that's really going to translate to the NFL level. Like, what that's going to look like against wide receivers. You know, are you going to be able to recover quickly enough to handle NFL wide receivers? Because some of these guys are just so much quicker than college level. Like, if you thought you could get away with that at the college level, you're not getting away with it at the NFL level. There's so many things that when you're working on, like footwork, hands, technique, that if you know, if you're sloppy with it at the college level and you got away with it there and you did really well there, but then you go into the combine and these guys like start looking at you one-on-one with these drills, and you show up not doing well on some of these drills, you know, it's like, uh-oh. You know, that's a major concern. And these head coaches are looking at you guys, man. And they're scouting specific little things. Because those little things can get you burnt crispy in the NFL. And you won't last. You might last the first couple of years, but once these guys get your number, man, that's it. So even if you're developed properly, I mean, some of these coaches can iron out some of this stuff at the NFL level, but some of this stuff you have to, if you're a combine player, you got to get that settled, you know, beforehand, before you go in there and show up and not produce the results these coaches are looking for. That'll reduce your draft stock by a little bit. Because some of these coaches will look at that and say, okay, that's the difference between a second stringer and a third stringer. You know what I mean? And that's not where you want to be. As somebody going into the combine, you're always looking to be that instant starter if you're in Group 1. If you're in Group 2, you're always looking to be able to make that roster as maybe a number 2 with a chance to make number 1. So if these guys don't show off that athletic ability and that footwork and those techniques that you're looking for, that could drop you to a third or a fourth on an NFL roster very quickly. So, and prevent you from being drafted by certain teams. Tyler Owens with a broad jump of 12.2. God! Are you kidding me? There's somebody that went further. Mr. Jones with a 12.3. Oh my God. These broad jumps are nuts, dude. Alright, so we got the box drill. And I'm not quite sure what I'm seeing here because I don't think they ran this last year. So I'm watching this and I'm kind of learning here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so it's a weird running pattern for that.
I mean, he is 6'3", 218. You're looking at like Cam Chancellor, Fred Warner, but he runs blistering speed. Right?
Wow.
He once ran a 10-100 meter, and he wants a 4.240, so that'll be coming up. Anything more than a 4.3, he told me he'll be disappointed. So we're teasing something big that might come here, but his acceleration, top end speed, power, all of that, which we will get into later on in his drill work. But this is a guy that we thought would flash today, and that vertical has already done so.
Yeah, that's insane.
That is that. There's Miles Harden running through this drill, Peters.
Got Miles Harden running through that. Alright, so It's essentially back up, run around the other cone, go back, stop, and then run back to the left cone to finish. While catching it at the first cone. So here they're testing out your lateral ability. They're testing out your footwork. They're testing out, okay, how well can you turn? How well can you shift? And again, it's more break and stop, you know. Break and stop, break and stop. There you go. So it's interesting, but you're going full speed with it. And again, Jerry Jones, Florida State, having a good day today. Pretty much every one of these drills. I mean, these guys are acing these drills. They all look good on these. I mean, this is going to be a tough draft class to pick from. So realistically, what it's now going to come down to is footwork. How are you handling the stop and start? You out of the break. That's what people are looking at now. Out of the coaching and scouting departments. Excellent drill, Max. Max Melton from Rutgers. That's exactly what you want. You want to stop, go. Stop, go. I mean, even Quinton Mitchell ran that one really well. I mean, that kind of highlights his abilities to turn on that second gear. So,
the focus of the offseason, free agency, and the draft is going to be offense. They have got to get a better product out there on the field, and they've got to find a way to keep their quarterback and Aaron Rodgers healthy. So that's why
these are good, healthy corners here. I like this crew here. Okay. Pierce kind of outran it there a little bit. You want to kind of stay within the lines. Stay inside of that yard marker. Okay, so I'm starting to see a tiny bit of a separation when it comes to footwork. You know, as far as outrunning it. Some of them don't outrun it. Some of them do. With this box drill, so this is where you really have to hone in and really focus in on the fine details of their footwork to really get an idea of separation of these people. I'm just because they're all running it well. They're all like stopping and starting out of the break. They're all turning properly. They're all catching the ball. So they're all doing well on this drill. So footwork is the key. That's where the scouts are really going to have to get use their eyes for this. Alright, that might have been the last one for the DBs. Maybe? I don't know for sure. Got my phone off. There we go. Because I'm working right now. Alright, that's not an important call, so we're good. Did I get a text? Oh, okay. I was just making sure that wasn't important.
So, there's Brian Dable looking.
Okay, so we do have more drills.
We're talking about the state of New York football right there.
New York Giants GM in the house.
Right now, what do you have here?
They haven't shown any of our guys.
This is a new add to the defensive side of the ball over the last couple of years. We've seen the receivers do this forever. Here we get a chance to see the DBs because you're going to get
Ooh.
ball skills.
DB Branch. Here we go. Here we go. This is the drill I've been waiting for.
You're going to have some of them, they're going to be outside your frame. You're going to get a different ball with every throw.
Yes.
So what type of concentration, what type of ball skills?
This is the drill I've been waiting for. They run this every year. And basically, you're running along the line, and you're supposed to turn and catch, turn and catch, turn and catch, and don't break stride. This is an amazing drill. I love this one. The gauntlet, man. It actually is a gauntlet. It's beautiful. It's a great drill. Okay. Okay.
That's tough being number one. You got to set the example for everybody here.
All right. Here we go. I think they call it the branch drill. I'm not 100% sure. I got to double check. Nice. Nice. He's off the line. Terry and Arnold. He's off the line. All right, Jarvis, let's go. Very nice drill. Very nice. That's what you want.
In my understanding from one of the coaches on the field, they're only going to do this in this direction.
Okay.
It's one time through.
Okay. Up. Up. Up.
He is really throttled down and very
Okay.
to catch the ball, and they want him to run.
Some drops there. Okay, so they call it the gauntlet. They officially call it the gauntlet. Beautiful. What a drill, dude. Dude, Marcellus Dial. Perfectly done.
You run an in cut, and you'll see receivers run right through the ball, and you'll see others who will gather and slow down, gear down to
All right.
concentrate and get the ball received.
Nice. Nice. Dude, these Florida State guys are repping, man. I like this. That was Ronaldo Green.
He stayed after they went through training, combine training. He was like, he gets drafted by the Rams. He stayed out there in Southern California the whole offseason.
Okay.
Just so if Stafford ever wanted to throw,
Okay.
he was there. And then I was told Dak Prescott would be out there working out, and so he'd let him know, if you ever need anybody, he said, Puka Nacua is just catching from all the NFC quarterbacks. Whoever needs me, I'm here.
Setting up his own gauntlet with Pro Bowl quarterbacks.
They love it.
Fifth round draft choice. That's why when you're looking at guys out there, you never know from the combine.
Hardy, he's got a chance to be a nickel in the league next year, Charles.
Yeah, he's very confident. Run through that gully. You talk about confident hands and going. You saw Hardy
Yeah.
take care of business there.
Okay. Okay.
Pretty confident there. Cam Hart, former receiver, showing there.
DJ James is, I mean, he is quick-footed.
A little bit light, CD. We did a study on, corners 180 is kind of the mark. You want to just make sure you can get over that 180. He's not
Nice.
a big guy. He weighed in at 175 pounds, but man, he is quick and smooth.
DJ James looking solid.
Against the run, and I thought against Neighbors, who was a great litmus test in that conference, that he held up okay.
Yeah, like Bernardo Green did from Florida State.
They're mainly looking to see if, okay, can you stay on the line? Can you switch your body fast enough?
Some good hands catchers in this group. Corners.
Not bad.
DJ, I'm gonna have to take off and go back upstairs, but I think we've seen good hands and the footwork in the box drill. I thought was really good from these defensive backs. And today, the young man from South
Oh,
Miles
look at these Florida State people, man.
and Max.
Okay.
And by the way, if Malachi is his real first name, he said even his parents no longer call him Malachi, not even when they're mad.
We'll pull up a lot of the numbers on these players in Sanders still.
Okay.
Some of the comps that popped up just off of the
Lassiter is one of those I was looking at.
was a name that popped up. He's had a
Good.
workout as well.
Good. Okay. Good footwork, though.
Heading up to the concourse. He's already, Charles is already in the stands.
Ooh. He high-pointed a ball, too. Okay, Max.
Solid. He's going up the steps 3 at a time right now. Look at him go.
Yeah, that's impressive.
There's Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah, he's my 15th player, but if you're sitting there, you
Quinyon, man.
I wouldn't feel bad about turning that card in at all.
You still think there's a possibility that we go through the first 10 picks in Detroit? Go deep.
Wow. Josh Duden looking solid.
You know, I think the quarterbacks will go a long way in deciding that. If those teams up there in the top 10 don't solve that issue in free agency or via trade, quarterbacks and receivers and tackles.
That's what you like to see. He just ran right along that line. Whoop, 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 whoop. I mean, that was beautiful turning ability. Beautiful hip swing. That's what you like. Alright, Pritchett, let's go. Oh, Pritchett's definitely in my top 15. Let's go. Oh. Oh. That's a good one. Him. Wallace. Let's see. Oh. Oh. Yeah. It's pretty good rep. Oh, Mike from Michigan. Looking solid, man. Oh. Okay. Okay. Tarheeb from Maryland. Wow. I like this guy. Here's Wallace again. Yep, good job correcting. Alright, Watts. Let's go, Watts. A lot of hands guys on this crew, man. Just about everybody's got hands. I like it. Abrams Drain. Okay. Alright. Good drill. Oh, he dropped the last one. Alright, Arnold from Alabama. Let's go. What you got for us, Arnold? Good hands. Good hands. Look at these hands. Oh my goodness. Oh. All right, that's it for the DBs. The Harbaughs are in the house. The whole Harbaughs.
Talked about who ran through this the fastest with the receivers being Puka Nakua. How about Cam Hart getting way up there in the miles per hour?
16
We know
for
he
Cam
can
Hart.
fly, trust his hands.
23, 24 for Quentin Mitchell. Wow.
Here's Sam still under control. 23.
Sandstro, 23.
Their finish. Here's Puka. Mentioned
Okay.
being the fastest. Tank
Puka Nakua. Yeah. I could definitely see him being the fastest.
Ronnie Bell made a couple big plays.
Marvin Mims Jr. sits up there at 1934.
I love it.
Tank Dell, 1948. Ronnie Bell, 19.60 something, I think it was. Yeah, some fast guys, man. Fast guys. They mostly measure your speed throughout that gauntlet drill. But it gets really, really interesting watching these guys reach those top speeds on that drill. And, you know, you're not expected to have hands on that drill, but if you do have hands, it's a great bonus. You know, it definitely adds to your scouting reports and how you're looked at by these coaches. But mostly they're more interested in the hip swing, you know, to catch the ball while you're running down the line. You know, are you flexible enough? Are you on time? Are you able to keep that momentum going? And how that translates is sometimes these guys will like jump routes for wide receivers at the NFL level. So the NFL level is much, much faster than the college level, so you have to be that much faster. That's why they're focused on the speed. So, like, if you see, like, a lateral slant or something, and you see one of these corners, like, jump the route and catch the ball before the slant, the wide receiver can catch the slant, that's that speed. That's that closing speed that is displayed on that gauntlet drill. Plus the catching ability. You know, plus the hip swing. You know, so that's what you're concerned with, is staying on that line and making sure that you can handle it. So, I mean, from that point on, it gets real interesting. As far as what guys can handle it, what guys can't, what, you know, how are they adapting to certain things. How is their footwork? How are their hands? So coaches will look at that and they'll add that into the scouting report heavily. Alrighty. So we got tight ends coming up. Which, I mean, I'm not as interested in the tight ends. I just want to hear from these DBs.
Just crush the ending. I mean, just describe it. I think we have some B-roll footage for you. You took this thing home, basically.
Yeah, Arnold looked great on that last gauntlet drill.
We're a brotherhood and we're a family, so coming out here and competing with these guys, we're the 1%. And with that being said, okay, feet, hips, open. Oh yeah, that's Kate.
Keep it going. You're breaking yourself down here.
Okay, so right here, W drill, I'm out of there. It's a P6 every time, right through the ball.
You make it look effortless, right? Like you're barely sweating. It's just so smooth. The back check here.
Yeah, he makes it look so smooth, dude. I like this guy.
I would say my best asset, honestly, it's not even my, 18? Okay then. I wouldn't even say that it's my athleticism, but my leadership. So, before we broke it down with the guys,
Yeah.
like that. What are you bringing to the next level?
To the next level, I'm bringing a completeness. Whatever team drafts me, whatever team gets me, they're getting a great player, but a better person. Coming out
Mm-hmm.
here, honestly, me being hard on myself and me being critical, I didn't perform how I wanted to perform.
Today?
Really?
Why?
Because I
Wow.
have high standards for myself.
Well,
I respect it.
gauntlet, okay?
I respect it, Tyrion.
And we were concerned, but look at this.
High standards for this man.
Yeah.
I like that.
Brian, see? Brian,
He wasn't even happy with what he was doing.
here come the prime. Prime on them boys.
What happened in the celebration?
See right here, they told me to hit the flip. I thought I could. I mean, like I said, I was out there having fun. Coming out here, it was a blessing.
That's what it is, man. You gotta have fun.
In your journal today
I like it.
this is what you've been preparing for. But did you hear from Miss Terry? Because she used to text you before games.
I like that energy, man.
Did you
That's good.
I did. She texted me right before I came out here. I told her it was just like another game. She said, you should be blessed. You're highly favored. And just go out there and give it your all. And she said, Coach Saban, I mean, with his new role, NFL Network, College Game Day, he's preparing for the draft and things like that.
Yeah.
Just the encouraging words for her. They're just like old times.
You know we shared all your picks, and your
Yeah.
mom Tamala's in there, right? We sent a shout out to her, all your love, but send a message to mom.
Mom, if you're watching this right now, your son just wants to tell you how proud he is of you. You had me at a young age, and you overcame a lot of adversity. People were doubting you, people were counting you out. And honestly, Mom, like I always tell you, you raised a star. So zoom in right here, zoom in. Y'all right there. I just want to say, Tamala Arnold, I love you. I mean, I'm right here, the whole world is watching, and I'm blessed to have you as a mom. Like I said, you overcame a lot, and with that being said, I'm going to continue to keep shining, just how you raised me to be. I'll never forget where I came from. Tallahassee, Florida is a hard place to make it out of, and everybody watching this back at home, I hope you're proud of me, because I gave it my all. Y'all tune in to Pro Day, because it's going to be a show. Like I said, right here, the combine, I had to come out here and compete, but this was just a warm-up. I was kind of getting my feet wet.
Okay.
I like this guy.
You left me wanting more.
Dude.
It is Terry on.
Hey.
Fantastic. Chris Rose, what a better note to send it to you on.
What a cool interview for this guy, man. I like him.
I got to tell you, Tallahassee, the state of Florida,
Mr. Arnold from Alabama, man.
except for sticking the landing. That part we can look past.
You won me over. I like him.
Incredible kid. Wow.
That's definitely a highlight for day 2 here. For sure.
You made some bad money moves.
So no vacation, baby.
Never got a credit card with rewards. No labor never.
All right. So now we got tight ends. Is anybody here interested in us drafting a tight end? If you are, let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comment section. That way I can kind of gauge how much interest there is in this part of day 2. You know, do you want me to scout a certain person? Do you want me to look at a certain drill? I'd be very interested in doing so for you. You know, but realistically, I don't see us like upgrading the tight end position this year. In my opinion, I'd like to see us do that next year when we have more money, you know, and we've taken care of the major positions of need first. Tight end isn't exactly a major position of need at the moment. And I think, you know, the lack of mention of the tight end so far by Dave Canales kind of proves that so far, that they're not even looking at that at the moment as much as the rest of these players. So I think that this is probably the right course of action to take this year. You know, again, we want to emphasize the point of that the goal of 2024 is to survive the year with at least a better record than last year. at least a respectable record. That's not near the bottom. That we can actually work with, that we can build upon. A 6-win season, maybe a 7-win season is buildable. We can work with that. Don't be upset with this team if we do end up with that because of the schedule. So the goal is survival. I've been saying it, and I've been beating that drum like all off season so far. I know you guys want to win this year. I know you guys have that goal of moving forward. I know the coaches have that goal. But in order to get there, you have to build your foundation first. Yes.
I think this was the talk of the town, right?
429, my boy Nate Wiggins. I love him.
He's a slider. You've been saying that. Come on now. Fast. You've been that. No, you've been doing that. They know this. Well, fast, man. You already knew that. We already knew that. Look can run. You just solidified yourself. Top 10.
Dude.
Congratulations.
Oh, hold on. I said post play, post not getting
Yes. I love the reaction in the Death Valley Stadium to Nate Wiggins running the 4.29. That is so awesome. Oh, that makes me happy as a Clemson fan. That makes my heart happy, y'all. Let's go. He just solidified himself as a top 10 pick now. And I am excited for him, man. Oh my God. Brendan Fisk with 26 reps. Byron Murphy with 28 reps on the bench press. God. Dude, he looks like he's not even trying. Chris Jenkins with the 29 reps. Let's go, Chris. Let's go, Chris. You love to see it. Dude. 34 reps, Jordan Jefferson. God almighty. Are you kidding me with these guys? Bro. Yeah. Dude, 34 on the bench press, bro, for a linebacker. That's insane. Oh my God. Elijah Jones with a 10-foot broad jump, man. 42.5, Daquan Hardy on the vertical. Whoa. These guys are insane, dude. These guys are freak athletes. Oh, yeah. 11-4 for Max Melton. 11-4, dude. Sick. Andrew Phillips. 11-3 and like a 40-something vertical. God, man. Ridiculous.
sometimes people use leadership to mask other things. Leadership comes with really good football players.
4.5.
Had a nice day. Since he was the last of the corners to
Dang, man, these DBs have some really good verticals, man.
and the Braun as well. All right, quickly, you were DB 27.
They're getting better and better every year.
1987. DB 27 today. Quinion Mitchell.
Nasty numbers, man.
Unreal stuff that we saw from him.
Yeah, we talked about him in the beginning. Peter mentioned him and all the different things he went through. Just remember, turn down the NIL, right? To go somewhere else, to be that person, stuck it out. I think that everyone says, we understand if you make that move, but you actually get extra points for staying and playing at that high level, and he confirmed everything.
Okay, more defensive back on the field workouts. All right, so we're not done with the D-backs yet. Might be group 2, I think.
So the corners are done, the safeties are next, and you know what's coming your way.
Oh, the safeties. Okay, safeties. I'm not so much interested in the safeties right now. I think I'm satisfied with Von Bell and I'm satisfied with Woods right now. But I don't really like the safety pick that we got last year. Now, because of the fact that we haven't even used him. When we clearly should have gotten a corner last year. And I was pushing for Hodges Tomlinson. I really did believe that that was the guy we should have drafted last year. And the Cowboys got him. But, I mean, this is why you don't draft off of emotion. This is why you draft off of, like, actual skilled players. It makes a big difference. And over time, you're going to watch Hodges Tomlinson become a really, really solid number 2 corner. And that's what I was hoping that we would get, you know. But we passed over like 4 or 5 really good corners, you know, in free agency as well. So, I mean, we still have a problem here, you know, to where we had to settle for C.J. Henderson. And, you know, 2 hurt starters that don't survive the year, you know. So we had to go out and get Troy Hill. Troy Hill has been a really good addition, and I think he's a keeper. For a number of years. But we've got to have that one more corner. You know what I'm saying? We've got to solidify that corner room. We didn't do it last year, and I want to do it this year. You know, so maybe we get him early, maybe we don't. I don't know. But I think we stay away from safety for now. Safety ain't what we're looking for. But if you guys want me to scout safeties, I will. You know, I'll take a look at them. But my main focus right now is on corners. And I think we got some really good corners to choose from, man. This is going to be tough. It all depends on who's available, you know, at a certain point for the corner position. What we've drafted before, what we still have yet to draft. When it comes to getting that possible number 3 or number 4 corner. You know? So let's keep an eye on what gets taken, you know, during the draft weekend. And then we'll know, you know, okay, this is what's available during this round. This is what's available during this round. We'll be going through some mock drafts, and we'll be able to find out. And if we see some consistency among teams going for certain corners, then we'll know exactly what we're doing with, and what might still be there. But again, I really need to pour through some stats and some info on some of these guys and really learn these guys. That way we get this pick right. You know? And we're not just like rolling the dice here. Got the Vikings head coach in the building, Kevin O'Connell. They still haven't shown our guys yet. So, I mean, my thought is, we're halfway through day 2, and they still haven't shown any of our coaches or GM. So, my thought is maybe they show our guys during Sunday, because we need offensive line help. And we need wide receiver help, so they'll probably show our guys tomorrow on screen because of that reason. Pretty good chance of that happening. So like I said, I need to pour through some information on these DBs. Let's just make sure we know who we're dealing with, before we start doing these mocks. I want to know what these guys can do and what we might have a shot at getting if we choose one of these guys. Pretty much, Nate Wiggins just locked in his status as like a top 15 pick corner. Possibly even top 10. I see us maybe... We've had a lot of success with Auburn people. We've had a lot of success with Gamecocks players as well. Even some Mississippi State people. But I'm looking at Jarrian Jones, man. Jarrian Jones. These Florida State guys have my attention this year. I don't know what it is, but they have my attention right now. Ronaldo Green as well has my attention. And Terrion Arnold from Alabama. Because, I mean, every single one of these guys just absolutely killed these drills. I mean, slayed them. It made it look effortless. Alright, so is this the second group? There's Dave Canales. We have a Dave Canales sighting, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. There's the scouts. We're looking at Javon Bullard. Javon Bullard. Okay. Let's go. Why are we paying attention to safeties? Why do we want a safety? I don't want a safety that can be converted to a corner. I want a corner. Like, I don't understand why now all of a sudden we're being shown. Like, why all of a sudden now are we being talked about when they start talking about safeties? We don't need another safety. We've got plenty of safeties. I don't get this.
that's not something you solve with one or two bodies. They need a whole overhaul.
They're saying we need a whole overhaul, y'all.
Really fast. I saw him play in high school.
Wow.
He was at Muir High School in Los
He's
Angeles.
right, though.
Imagine a guy like
He's
this on
exactly
high
right.
school, how fast he looked. But at USC, big time, middle of the field range.
Washington released Logan Thomas in a tackle.
Middle of the field and make plays on the side.
Patriots released J.C. Jackson.
Consistent as a tackler, got better
All right, so that's just
this year to this year. But
that's
him for his range and his
new info.
skills.
New info, folks.
Jalen Carlisle, another Missouri Tiger.
Yeah, Missouri. It's never a secret, right? You have these breakout years, and the record reflects it, and then we get to the combine and you see a whole boatload of their players. That was a talented group.
All right, so are these safeties that we're watching right now, or are these still DBs?
He's gonna end up playing
I think these are safeties.
I think he's 227 pounds.
Pretty sure these are safeties.
Nice start.
They list them as DBs in the combine, but they're safeties.
I just, at 227 pounds, I would love to see him get a chance to drop down and really be able to cover backs and tight ends, be physical. They'll drop him down in the box some in their scheme.
4.55.
He had a big game against Ohio State.
Dominic Hampton, Washington.
What are the chances we draft one of these guys?
6-year player. We've seen a couple of those roll through here. He started in 2018, but he's a big, athletic safety, 215 pounds. That's a good time.
Spoke to a few scouts this week. Said who stood out from the safety
4.51 for Hampton.
Interviews have been excellent. This guy played 57 games at the University of Washington. You mentioned it. 6-year player. It's the most games ever played at the University of Washington. Of course, did it over a course of many different players around him. Wasn't invited to the Senior Bowl. Still had this incredible career, and it's good. 4.5, 40 for a safety. Pretty good.
He's a physical dude, and look, if you can't
Jalen K.
tackle, you're gonna have a tough time getting on the field at safety position. He's really good at it.
Jalen Key of Alabama.
Oh, it's Jalen Key.
Nice.
I misread it.
4.6 flat.
460.
Talk about tackling and just making the
My whole thing is like, why now? Why the attention on us right now when the safeties are coming out? When like the main concern that we have is corner, we're looking at like defensive ends, linebackers, defensive tackles, yesterday. Why now are they showing our crew here with Dave Canales? Why now are we being talked about when the safeties step out here? At the start of the safeties. Like, I don't get that. Somebody explain that one to me. Because, like, we got James Robinson last year. We got, we have Von Bell. We have Xavier Woods. We have Jeremy Chin. Why do we need another safety? Like, we don't need another safety. I don't understand this. Now, if these guys are scouting a corner, I can completely understand. If they show us while we're trying to look at linebackers, DBs, defensive tackles, I'm cool with that. Okay, cool. But why safeties? See, this is the confusing stuff, man. That's what bothers me right there. If we get another safety, like, the plan should not be to convert a safety to a corner, a nickel corner. The plan should be, let's draft a corner. You know what I'm saying? Like, that can also play safety. That's what I'm thinking right now, because we're overhauled when it comes to safeties. We're not even using James Robinson right now. What are we even doing with this dude? Like, what is even the point? Like, I don't... That frustrates me right there. I don't get it. I don't get it. Alright, let me mute this. this while we try to figure out the problem here. I think NFL Network froze there for a second. Yeah, Charter's being a pain in the butt right now. Stand by, y'all. Stand by. Oh, come on, NFL Network. What are you doing? It might just be NFL Network, though. Yeah, it's still frozen, dude. I don't know what's going on. Well, while we wait for that to unfreeze, is there anybody out of the safety group and the tight ends group that you would like me to focus on? Do you have any names that you're looking at? Throw them in chat. I'll take a look at them. You know, I'm not focused on those two positions, but I will look at whoever you guys want me to look at. Obviously. And again, like, we're not even looking at quarterbacks, but on day 3, but whoever you guys want me to look at in positions that we're not hyper focused on, I'll take a look at them. Absolutely. Just throw some names in chat, we'll look at them. And in the Facebook group, obviously. Which reminds me. Okay, NFL Network's working again. Let me go on. Come on. What names did people throw out here? Okay, so Jared Verse. I looked at him yesterday. Late first rounder from Florida State. He's an edge rusher. Could fall to 33. That's possible. Yeah, I could see that. Jaden Daniels, quarterback LSU. That's if we get our first round pick back. You know. David Sims wants that. I say no. Let's not even focus on quarterback. Okay, Josh Proctor with a 4.60. Damani from Texas A&M, 4.6 flat. Andre Sam with a 4.59. Jalen Simpson, Auburn. We're looking at a 4.47. Real nice. For safeties, that's real nice, man. Here's Tyke Smith. This is the guy I want to keep an eye on. I've had my eye on him for a while. 4.48. Because he was in mock drafts last year. Okay, so that's it. Okay, we need a wide receiver as well. That's also a need. And I asked him what wide receivers. And this is the response I keep getting is the best player available. Okay, best player available, but you don't name any names that could be around that area. You don't name anybody that we can actually physically look up. You know what I mean? Like, it's just best player available. That doesn't tell me anything. I can't research best player available. That's basically saying research everybody. Within a 20-player radius. And I don't want to do that. I want to hone in on one or two guys. That was the point of that whole conversation and that whole post, was to get some names out there so we could actually physically look some of these people up and understand who they are. Like at this point, I don't want to hear best player available. I want to hear da 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 name from da 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 college. What's your position that they play, and why do you like them? That's specifically what I said in that post. People, come on now. Not hard. Not hard to do. Oh, man. Alright, so I'm not as concerned with safeties and stuff like that. So, since nobody's really showing any interest right now, and I haven't gotten any names, I'm really more hyper focused on Tyke Smith from Georgia, but that's really the only guys I'm really interested. Oh, Bills general manager Brandon Beane in the house. He's watching Evan Williams right now from Oregon. Oh, okay. You still got James Williams to run the 42. Alright. That caught my attention for a minute, man. That caught my attention. Whoever Brandon Beane is interested in, we should be interested in. Because he knows what he wants. And, it's... But frankly, I still don't want to focus on safety, so... It's moves and counter moves here when you're talking draft picks, so... For anybody that's coming in, name a player you want me to check out, name the college that they're from and the position that they play, and I'll check them out. Regardless of what position. I don't mind. At this point, I'm just trying to find out who these players are. Even if we draft somebody from a position that we don't need, I still want to know who these guys are just in case we do draft them, so I have an idea of who we pick up, before we pick them up. So that way it's not a complete surprise to me. But of course on draft day it's a complete shock because you got your board set up and you're just like hyper focused on certain players, and then when we go a different direction it's like shock factor. So it's like, okay, well, what now? What does that mean for our roster? What does that mean for the players that are on our roster right now in that particular position? What are we going to make moves on? It leads to a whole flurry of questions. Like it did with Jameis Robinson and DJ Johnson last year. So that's what we're looking to avoid here is like, we don't want another one of those shock factor picks. We want somebody that actually fills our needs. So, I mean, I trust Dan to actually draft for our needs. But, again, he does understand the concept of best player available. And as do I. But, up to a certain point. You got to have some names on your board, too. You can't just go, best player available, and have scouted like 200, like 1,000 of these players. That's too much work to put in. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to have a set of names. And that's where I feel like the past two head coaching crews screwed up. Is we scouted like 1,000 guys and we never did like hone it down. It was just best player available, and it's like, well, flip a coin. You know what I'm saying? Like, flip a coin on Jameis Winston, flip a coin on DJ Johnson, and you don't want to do that when you're picking players. These picks are too valuable for that. So, with all due respect, like, that's not how I want our coaching staff to run things. I know a lot of people do in this fan base, and that's just the way they think, but I'm that outside of the box thinker that actually is organized and understands, like, certain concepts, of how to build from the draft. So again, why are we hyper focused on safeties? Why now is Dave Canales being shown during the safeties? I don't like that. When we're not even supposed to be looking at safeties. That's not good. That's really not good. Now, of course, these guys are going to be here for all 4 days. So they're scouting guys from all 4 days. So where is the focus, when you start looking at corners? I think it does start with the Clemson Nate Williams. I think it starts with Dial from South Carolina. I think it starts with the Florida State guys too. Oh, Frank Gore. Frank Gore is in the house. We got a Frank Gore sighting. Football personnel advisor for the 49ers. How about that? Respect to the Niners for doing that, man. That's awesome. That's how much love they got for Frank Gore, man. That's cool. And, there's a few of these former star players that became personal advisors. I don't think that we put any in, have we? Not to my knowledge. Well, we've got Dan Morgan as our GM, but still, that doesn't count. I'm talking about like in different positions, advisors. We don't really have that, and that's what I'd like to see us do, because we have so many veteran, legendary players. You got Thomas Davis, you got Luke Kuechly, you got Greg Olsen. Like, why are we not putting somebody in a position of special advisor role? So I'm a little concerned with that, because that could be really beneficial to us. So I really don't know what safeties will we be looking at, because I don't know that this is a good idea. It's not a need right now. I mean, yeah, granted, Von Bell and Woods don't fit our system, but they did pretty well. I would eventually like to upgrade because of the closing speed, and because of the tackling. But, I'm not in a hurry to do so. We were number 3 or 4 in defense last year. Number 3 or 4. And every play that they made contributed to that. So, like I said, I'm not in a hurry to upgrade. So, that's what I'm thinking if I'm Ajaro right now. there's like 2 or 3 other positions where we could really upgrade and have a significant upgrade through a draft pick. And one of them we covered today was corner. So I'm more concerned with the day one people because that's where we really significantly need an upgrade. Is at linebacker, defensive tackle, and defensive end. So what I was hoping was that they would be hyper focused on those players in day one, and that they would actually show Dave Canales in day one. But they did not. So, again, it's the NFL Combine, so you just never know. Sometimes they'll show these coaches when they're not even really looking at a particular position. And they're just scouting a different position that even though we don't need it, it's helpful information, for the safeties. So, or maybe something else, So who knows, man? Who knows? But yeah, I'll take a look at the 40 times later. For these safeties, I'm not really interested in the safeties right now. I saw pretty much what I wanted to see from the corners. Alright, so with that in mind, I'll ask once again, is there any safety that you would like me to take a look at out of this group? Otherwise, I'm just going to pay attention and play some Madden, and just see, who they show, what's important, Is there anything that we really need to know, Because if that happens to be the case, then yeah, we do need to pay attention to that. So I'll have it on in the background so we can listen. Broncos hired a defensive line coach. Eagles released Kevin Byard, the safety. Commanders released Charles Leno and Logan Thomas. Charles Leno is a tackle and offensive tackle and the tight end. Patriots released J.C. Jackson, the corner. So that's breaking news today. None of those names really should affect us, to be honest. Except for the tackle position. I'm interested in tackles, but right now, I think that, again, I have a guy in mind that we should target in free agency for tackle. I'll have to pour over that list again for left guards. But honestly, I'd like to draft a left guard and I'd like to sign a left guard. That's what I'd like for us to do. We got Brian Gutekunst, the Packers general manager. And respect to Brian, man. He's done a pretty decent job with the Packers roster. They've been consistently competitive every year. Oladapo from Oregon State. Okay. So those were the names that were suggested to me on that post. You can find it on the pinned post. And another thing I'd like to kind of discuss is when the players rated David Tepper, they rated him a score of 6.6 out of 10. And when he was considering willingness to invest in the facilities, 28th overall. The major factor in the score was David Tepper's decision to change their home stadium from grass to turf. Well, get this, folks. 100% of the players said they prefer to play on grass. Ding, 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 ding. Get a clue, Mr. Tepper. The amount of times that we've had a laundry list of injuries because of that turf is ridiculous. Change the turf. Like, come on, man. Put in grass, please. The soccer players prefer grass. Most soccer players that you see out there play on grass. Like, how many times do you see, like, actual soccer players play on turf? It's absurd that we're still doing this and we're still causing injuries to both of these franchises. Like, Mr. Tepper, please get a clue. Even the players are saying it, man. Opposing players that come into our stadium are saying it. Like, think, man. Use your noggin. I refuse to believe a man that has gained billions of dollars out of stock funds and all of that stuff can't figure out that coming out of a 2-win season that you shouldn't be raising ticket prices. That you shouldn't be playing with turf. Like, these are basic concepts, bro. That even the most basic person that understands football understands this. Come on, man. If you're going to own a team, then you need to understand how to actually run a team. It's not rocket science, bro. I have been beating this drum like all year long. Why are we just now raising ticket prices and acting like, oh, this team is way, way, way better than what we were? Like, why? You only raise prices when your team is actually winning. And there's a product on the field that you actually want them to see. I'm talking about not even 500 ball. I'm talking about 9-win seasons at least. 9-win seasons at least. That's when you start raising ticket prices. Not now. When we're about to get another 6-win season. You've seen the schedule? Come on. Don't even act like we're not about to do this. And run this back again. Like, I'm so done with this garbage, man. Mr. Tepper just does not get it, Matt. He doesn't get it. You don't raise prices on a 6-win possible season. God, we're dealing with a dingus, man. No matter how much progress we think we're making, Mr. Tepper just seems to like to throw a wrench in it, man. I'm telling you. I don't get it. In some way, shape, or form. He can't do it with the organization itself, so now he's doing it with ticket prices. Just so he can stick it to all our fan base. And say, oh yeah, we're about to have a better season. Okay, yeah, sure. First year of Dave Canales. It ain't going to be what you think it is. Look at the schedule. Please. Please look at the schedule and be patient. The goal here for 2024 is survival of this season. That way we can get to a position where we have more money, more capital, more draft picks, more of everything to use to finish building. And then the third year is just depth. Purely depth. So by that third year, we are done building. But again, we're dealing with a GM that doesn't understand this. He doesn't understand basic football concepts. So, we're circling the wagon yet again, Mr. Tepper. Come on, man. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Shout out to Lock Poppy. What's up, man? Welcome on in. So we are currently looking at safeties. They just finished up the 40 times. So if there's any safety that you guys want me to look at, let me know now. The name, the college that they're from, the position that they play, specifically left or right. Well, not left or right because these are safeties, but and why you like them. That's what I'm looking for. Throw it in chat. Let's go. Otherwise, I'm not paying attention to these safeties because we don't need one. The only reason I'm paying attention to the safeties is so we have that extra information just in case we happen to draft a safety just like we did last year. And I don't want to be left like completely shocked like last year when we drafted Jameis Winston. I mean, that was, ugh, God. Let's see. Let's see. Who is your favorite Carolina Panthers player on the roster right now? Good question. I gotta say, let's start with offensive and do a defensive one as well. So for anyone in chat, let's do this. Alright. Offensively, my favorite on this offensive unit is Adam Thielen. I think that's pretty much everybody's favorite at this point because of what he did last year. Although Chuba is an honorable mention. Definitely an honorable mention. Defensively, gotta be Frankie Louvu, man. Gotta be Frankie. I love Frankie. Derek Brown is an honorable mention. Yeah, those are my choices. I would have mentioned Troy as well. Troy was a lifesaver last year. That came in clutch right when we needed him, dude. In every game. I freaking love Troy. So, yep. What is the first position the Panthers need to draft this year? Excellent question, Carl. There you go. I'm gonna say there's a few different options here, but I want to see other people's options here. An owner, I wish. A wide receiver, possibly. Wide receiver, offensive line, yeah. I think the general consensus is offensive line, but my pick is more specifically the left guard. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Sunday just to look at the offensive lineman on Sunday. Depends on what we can get at free agency. Fair. That will determine what we get. That's true. That's a fair point, actually. Best player available. Yeah, see, I need positions. I need positions. We don't need another quarterback. We're not replacing Bryce Young. We're not replacing Chuba Hubbard. You know, come on, stop it. Clay, come on, man. You know better. That's not what we're doing here. Anything and everything. Okay, fair. Honestly, fair. Because there's a lot of positions of need right now. A new owner that will hire a general manager that lives and breathes NFL football. I mean, we do need a new owner, I'll give you that. But I like Dan Morgan. I think he's the right choice. But that wasn't the question, Gary. Try again, bud. Read it next time and try again. Can we draft an owner asking for a Fred? Facts, Mike. Can't even argue with that. Running back, quarterback. We need defense. Yeah. Alright, so they're doing a line drill right now with the safeties. So just to remind people of what that is, you're running along the line and they want you to stay on that hash mark line while you're running down the field, and you turn your hips back and forth, and then turn and then catch the ball. So that's what that drill is. And the more you can show that your footwork is on that line, you know, the more you're going to impress scouting groups there and coaches. Alright, so keeping this going here. We got probably a wide receiver to help Bryce. We need to address the O-line. Correct. I agree with that. O-line point blank. Fair. A new owner. Fair point. Running back, wide receiver, no one. I honestly, I would sit on the running backs this year. You do look for an opportunity to upgrade the running backs, but not this year. I mean, we have had like 2 or 3 really good running backs that I would consider a free agency, but we just don't have the cash for it, such as Eckler. So, I would be interested in maybe going for those if we had the money, like we do in 2025. But right now, I just don't think we have the cash for that. So, you know, with all due respect, drafting a running back, you know, are you looking to replace Blackshear? If you're looking to replace Blackshear and upgrade there, I mean, fair, maybe. But, honestly, I'm not. I say ride out 2024 with what we've got. Owner protection for the quarterback. Yep. Best player available, period. Drafting for positions is not working for us. We haven't been doing that at all. That's the problem. We haven't been drafting for positions. First of all, we've been drafting for whatever is out there. We have lost out on so many good players with this method. See, we don't know. Look, Josh, Mr. Joey. Joey. Can I call you Joey? Can I call you Joey, sir? The Joey the kangaroo. Joey the kangaroo. Alright. First of all, we had 2 coaches that had no idea what they were doing. Tyke Smith did really well on that wave drill, by the way. But yeah, we had 2 coaches that had no idea what they were wanting to do with this team at all. Therefore, when we drafted positions, We drafted the wrong players because we had zero plan. Secondly, drafting for position has actually worked out well for us because we've got Brady Christensen and we got Cade Mays, which are still on our roster, by the way. So I just want to remind people of that. Alright, also, when you draft players of positional need, it helps you to create your roster and to fix your problems on your roster. It helps to build it correctly to a position where you are comfortable with the talent that you have. And then you just upgrade. It's a constant battle of upgrade. You know? It never ends. So, my whole thing is, like, if this is what we're doing, to where we consistently draft the wrong players, how about getting a coaching system that actually helps us to get the right players? Ding, 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 ding. Nobody thinks about that. That's what I'm here for, folks. I'm helping y'all think outside of the box. You're welcome. But yes, it does work for us if you draft the correct players. And my whole thing is, like, literally every successful team out there has been doing this. Every single one. And they've actually gotten their correct players. Why is that? Because they've scouted these guys correctly. They've drafted these guys correctly. They developed these guys correctly. And they become Pro Bowlers. Thank you. There you go. So, to answer that question, I wanted to make sure I did that on stream, so people would understand this is an object lesson for people that are wanting to respond with that answer again. Because I wanted to show everybody this is how you respond with that. Because that's what's actually going on. Alright, we could get a new owner. Fair. Yeah, fair answer there. Offensive lineman, fair. Offensive line or wide receiver, but O-line must be a priority. I agree. A new general manager. Really? You don't like Dan Morgan? Okay. You must have missed the boat when we fired Scott Fitterer then. Because we did. Anyway. Please go get Cam Newton back. So, stop it. Stop it, man. Stop it. See, this is another one of those Cam Newton people, man. Y'all gotta stop this. This man is not coming back here to play football for this franchise. Y'all know it. Get over it. Get through it. Have your little fisty fit. Have your little crybaby tears. Have your little temper tantrum. And then move on. Because this is getting ridiculous. Y'all all living in the past, man. We're here in 2024, man. I'm about done with this. I'm about done with this for real. Now, if you want him to be a consultant on this team, I'm cool with it. Once he retires. I'm going to need him to retire to do that, though. Because I don't want him out there going to somebody else and playing for somebody else and being a consultant for us. That's not how that works. So, what I'm looking for, and this is another one of those guys that says, oh, we should have picked up CJ from the beginning of the draft. Ooh, okay. All right. No. We picked the right quarterback, bro. We picked the right one. Okay, so this is the... Let me see, that's that 40-degree angle drill that we were looking at earlier with the safeties now. Back pedal and 40-degree break. Yep. That's what that drill is. And you're supposed to high point the ball, just like Miller did there. Nice job, man. So let's continue on this list here. I want to see Bullard. Nice, high point catch right there, Javon. Very nice. Good footwork, good break. For Kalen. I like that. Very good. Jalen Charlie's Missouri. Okay, cool. Dominique Hampton. Oh, very nice high point right there. Very nice. Jaden Hicks lost that ball, man. He lost the ball. Alright, Jalen Key. Jump the gun. Alright. Alright. I'll still take the time to look at the safeties, though. Oh!
Look who's watching. Some of the Trojans go through the workout, including Mr. Bullock. That would be Caleb Williams, QB 14. That's pretty much how we're going to see him tomorrow.
He asked a question of Rice. Did you see that at the podium?
Saw that.
Brennan Rice asked him jokingly what it was like to be Jay Rice's son, as if it's the first time he's ever been
Nice job using that sideline, Patrick McMorris from Cal.
Yeah, it was like he had some. It looked like an egg white situation with some avocados on an egg McMuffin type thing. And, I mean, an egg McMuffin on
They're all displaying really good footwork. Very nice. Good recovery, Kitten. Or Katan. Kaitan. I can never pronounce these names, I'm telling you. Josh Proctor.
We've seen some guys out here, Rich, that didn't run, so we've got a few new names.
Damani Richardson. 304 tackles in his career, by the way, for the Texas A&M Aggies. Look good on that drill. 9 picks for Andre Sam from LSU.
He plays in the middle of the field, so again, these guys technically safeties, but some of them CD are playing down low near the line of scrimmage. Others are going to be those floaters. And
Ah.
over the top. You'll see them be more comfortable in this drill.
8.5 tackles for a loss. Tyke Smith, 70 tackles in 2023, 4 picks. This is a guy I've got my eye on heavily. Come on, Tyke. Oh! I wanted you to get that one.
Strike to the other side. A lot of teams don't want to do that. You just assume it to your side.
This kid can really run.
Yeah, Tyke's been on my radar since last year, though.
That Taylor Demerson right there, CD in the Wyoming game, he had a huge.
He stuck around.
He plays in the deep half and really, really quick feet, driving on balls. Man, he had
In college for one more year.
You've referenced a few times some of the big hits you've seen guys make in a moment, clean and legal. So can we put to rest the idea that
Good catch. Evan Williams from Oregon.
penalties and targeting?
Didn't break stride. Just kept going. Just made it look effortless.
you can see the benefits of these rules that they now
There you go.
figured out at a younger age, strike zones, and have taken their head out of the tackle more. I think you're seeing a generation that's coming up that's adjusted to this new brand of football.
That'd be good.
And then speed turn on the last one and go get it deep. Sort of look like this. Everybody will
All
start
right, they're getting their instructions for the next drill, and we'll sneak in a commercial break while they do that. Come back more high point from the defensive back group here on a Friday night in Indianapolis.
All right. So, thus far, like I said, Tyke Smith's the guy I've got my eye on currently. He was in several of my mock drafts last year until he decided to stay in college for one more year. So, these Georgia guys are very, very talented and fast and have good hands in this defensive backs unit. They came out of that championship group. So, what I'm looking for is footwork, hands, and technique. Can you come out of the break fast? Can you turn your hips, at the right moment? Can you, break and stop, and shift direction? Well, that's kind of what we're looking for. Because these guys have to be able to do that at a high level, in order to translate well to the NFL. If you're able to do that, then, good things will come out of it, development-wise, once they get translated to the NFL. So, continuing on with this list here of people that people think we should draft positionally. Depends on what's on the board when we get the pick. Yeah, fair enough. Offensive lineman, wide receiver, offensive lineman, left tackle. Okay. Offensive lineman. I mean, that seems to be the general consensus right now is offensive lineman. I'm going to specifically say left guard because of the fact that we're not shifting Icky over to left guard. So we're going to need a left guard, and Chandler Zavala I don't think is the right fit for us at starter. He might be a good second stringer, maybe. We'd have to work with him during preseason to see if he's got the skills that we need, to stay on this offensive line. But I think he will eventually end up being a second stringer. So this is the back pedal and 45-degree break drill.
But here he is doing the drills. Yeah, he is, I think, one of the smarter safeties that's come out in a while.
So it's basically the reverse of the 40.
Knowledge, how he applies it. Tyler Newman, from everybody that I've talked to
that we just watched,
raves about it. And I think that's what's
or
the production.
or that I watched. You guys may not be able to because
Jump on everything. I don't think
not everybody has NFL Network, so
when he does do this,
I recognize
extra
that,
wave with
or a
40
way to watch it.
but the safety position is an instinct position, and that can cover up some
There's
of that
Proctor.
pure speed.
He had 14 pass deflections
If you're ever looking for
as an Ohio State Buckeye.
find the football.
Find the football and he'll be around.
73 tackles, Damani
Play on it. He takes coaching so well. Coach Peter Jones just
for Texas A&M.
high-pointing it, and he's demonstrating right back to him exactly what he wants to do.
So again, what you're looking for is that footwork along the line, and then you break out, and then you high point the ball with your catch. Here's Jalen Simpson. They're all doing really well on this one so far. All right, here's Tyke. Good footwork. That's what I'm looking for right there. High point. Yes, sir, Tyke. There you go. That's what you like to see. Oh! He caught that about an inch off the ground. Okay.
That was a great low point catch right there.
Very low point catch. Yeah, good low point. Love that. Okay. 162 tackles in his career, James Williams for Miami. Very nice drill there. He did well on the 40 as well. 40-degree break.
I just mentioned it. I love this technology to be able to show the speed these guys are getting in this drill once they open it up. Here's Williams from Miami. James Williams. I'll see the speed on this next one. We'll start to see the speed numbers start to show up. Here you go. Bullard from Georgia. Let's see if he can run it up here. 19.
19.
Just under 20. Nice job. Let's see if I can get over 20 in this thing. Bullock can really roll. He opens it up. Oh, 19.4 is where we got him.
Bullock is a 19.4. Okay, speed-wise.
Oh, he got about 19.9.
19.9 for Vaki.
Nice job of really bursting. There's your shoot.
Look at that catch, dude.
The play stands.
Taylor from Southern Cal.
Texas Tech. Good day for Taylor.
Oh, no, that's Texas Tech. My bad. Texas Tech.
All right, let's go back and talk a little bit
It's like Taylor something. It was hyphenated. I didn't get the full name.
when you go to his video. Again, just instincts. Always around the football. He's got outstanding hands.
Oh!
He's always in the right place at the right time. Here he is in that deep half. Again, the eyes, more so than the speed, are going to take him where he needs to go. They will cut off that ball right on the sideline. Here he is in quarters.
Oh, okay, so they're watching the Texas A&M guy.
Drive on it. Make
No, it's Michigan, isn't it? It's Michigan.
ball skills. That is on his business card. Do they still do business cards anymore?
No, Minnesota. My bad. My brain today. My brain. Tyler Newman from Minnesota. They're comparing him to Jesse Bates the third.
Jesse is a ball magnet as well.
Um,
Was in college and has been
so they were showing highlights of
football leagues. They
him.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead.
So we got the W drill now.
Would love that DJ breakdown because
Uh-oh.
I asked him what he considers his greatest asset.
Miller
He
just
told me was
missed that
his intelligence
high point ball.
and the intensity with which he reads the field. You know, just
There's Bullard.
understanding, like his favorite study guys is Minka Fitzpatrick with the intelligence, the intangibles, long and rangy. But he said actually this week, I'm not a one-dimensional safety. He believes he can do it all. Just a reminder, he had a meniscus cleanup right after the season, and clearly he's doing well recovering from that.
Stacy. Watching the W drill.
A lot of interesting info coming out here about some of these guys. I'm kind of paying attention. Dominique Hampton.
in the spring get a chance to work him out as a corner. CD, a long, tall, rangy athlete like that. There's some teams who look at him and say, okay, forget safety, let's
single high safety team, right? Was that like the old Seattle? Put those long ranging
Jalen Key, 60 tackles in his last 2 seasons with Alabama.
You're talking about truly going and playing the corner, aren't you?
No question. Here's Kitchens.
Nice adjustment of that ball, Kitchens.
Popular, you know.
It's
I like that.
TJ, the box drill in the last group, I saw much more of the flow. You know, guys going through it and less of the T-stepping when they get to the box drill because they were able to get themselves
Darn Dubin.
side scramble, and it was easier for them.
Nice. Didn't break stride.
Is that going to be the name
Like
of the
it.
fantasy team next year, T-Step?
Tarn Dubin.
I'll take it under advisement.
Oh, he slipped. He slipped.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, like with the turf, you're going to spin out occasionally. You're going to have issues with that. So you got to be able to be adaptable on any field of play, you know, whether it be grass or turf, and not be slipping like that, man. You know, you got to be able to recover. Because that little slippage can be the difference between stopping a play, getting a pass deflection in the NFL, and getting burnt crispy by like 2 or 3 steps. So you got to be very, very careful about that.
He should be good at this. 179 pounds.
Mm.
Feet under you.
Nice
Nice catch.
recovery, Jalen.
Not often you
He did slip right there, but nice recovery.
I've been thinking about that. Who's the corner, Rich, you have in Michigan who came up from UMass? You know, I know UMass.
And so far, I've noticed like the corners were having issues right there too, like at the beginning of the W and the middle of the W, where the grass was like kind of easily slippable. So it's all about how they recover.
We saw Josh Wallace out there. That's who you're referring to.
Thank you, Rich. I knew you would have that one.
It's a good thing he didn't overhear you wondered. He might have given you the answer himself.
Absolutely, he would have.
James Williams, 73 tackles in 2023 from Miami. Did really well in that drill.
Yeah, he's getting over yourself. Legs underneath you.
Dehan Anthony, 61 tackles in 2023.
See this drill, guys. And again, let's go
Very nice.
next level here. Let's go to
Good
the
drills.
Let's see guys that have gone through this process and have been able to take this from the drills to the
They're showing Trent McDuffie that did this before.
showing how things correlate because when you watch McDuffie play for the Kansas City Chiefs, you'll see him with his pedal plant, eyes forward, drive, break on the football, either make a play
Okay.
or make a tackle. But it's that exact same body movement that's represented in this drill. Again, we're going one way, gonna get your foot in the ground, plant. That time you're working a little more
Plant and then
lateral.
move.
Great job.
Plant and then move.
And that plant and drive. Here's Hicks. We didn't
Yeah,
see
plant and drive.
today, but a really, really productive safety at Washington State. Here's Proctor.
So they were showing like what Trent McDuffie was doing in the Super Bowl with it, you know, to adjust and make the tackle. And in 2 different occasions. And that was really interesting to me. You know, is when they'll have a NFL pro that is demonstrating how that drill translates. I love that. That way you know why this drill is important. You know, you understand like how this impacts players, you know, that are being developed and going into the league. You know, why coaches are hyper focused on certain drills. You know, very interesting stuff there. I will say again, the most interesting drill that they do is the gauntlet with the defensive backs. I love watching that every year. It's just fascinating. And they'll do it later on. like the 40 drills can, the 40 times can be kind of boring if you're just watching that. You know, for an hour, it's kind of like, well. But if you're somebody that focuses on speed, you know, it's very important. Especially with DBs, wide receivers, and certain positions, it can be very, very important to focus on the 40 time. Because that 40 time could be the difference between, oh, this player is way better at this area than other players. And it could be the difference between, are you going to get burnt as a corner and a safety or not? Can you keep up with these wide receivers in the NFL? You know, and they use that as a measure of speed and versus wide receiver speed and separation to determine, you know, are they going to keep up with them at the NFL level or not? So I'm kind of explaining that for people that don't really understand this, you know, that are kind of new to that concept. But most of us pretty much don't understand this. But like I said, you know, this channel's for beginners, you know, that don't really understand the NFL, as well as people that have been studying the NFL for a long time too. You know, that have a lot of knowledge. So, you know, I'm trying to help the youth, you know. So it's free information, so if you are already familiar with these concepts, you know, don't worry about it. But you'll probably agree with me on how I'm explaining it. Maybe I could explain it better. You know, just let me know. Oh! Damani slipping on the turf, man. Slipping on the turf. Plant, turn. There you go. Good recovery. I'm glad they kind of give these guys another rep if they do slip and fall like that, you know, to give them another shot. They're quite generous with that. Because otherwise you look like raw meat out there, you know, on a combine, and you don't want to look like that.
Without flailing and taking that extra step deep. Because you know what it's like, those underneath guys catch it and turn up. Now you're in a one-on-one open field situation. You got to be able to make the play.
Terrell Austin drill here.
Nice, Tyke.
Is that Kirk Hensley from the Packers down there?
Taylor Demerson, who's had
So that's the Terrell drill number 1
get up and go punt.
that they're doing now.
Production, and he's
Terrell Austin drill,
great day testing, and now he's had the shoestring
more specifically.
nice job through the drills.
So they're expecting you to go back. They're expecting you to not take that extra stutter step when you stop and turn.
Last time we really had that discussion, I was thinking,
You know, and go and catch the ball.
that's right, that's another one.
You know, in stride. So the importance of this is, you know, if you take that extra step, you're going to get burnt by a wide receiver on a corner route, you know, or an outside route. So if you're not taking that extra step and you keep up with the corner, that could be a pass deflection opportunity. You know, that could be an interception opportunity. So it can make all the difference in the world. That's the impact of this drill right here. Alright, so let's take a look at the Terrell Austin drill, number 2. So this one focuses more on the change of direction. Retrace. Exactly. Alright, so they were highlighting a Chiefs defensive back on this one. I forget the name. but I think he's there.
He's showing us that drill because they've audibled into another drill.
Oh, they're audibling into another drill. Okay, okay, okay.
Get two drills named after you. They bumped it in the show list here.
Red 7. Red 7.
He came up with the drill. Is that why it's named?
What happens? These coaches go out to pro days, and a lot of coaches have their drill that they'll do at every pro day they go to, and they come up with it. It's their own unique drill, and then it just gets labeled as such after the coach that did it. And so
Okay.
other coaches have been able to get stuff out of that drill and said, let's take it to the combine.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, okay. Alright, so what you're supposed to do for this drill is you're supposed to back up, go over to either the left or the right, and catch it in stride. Backpedal and 80-degree brake drill. So as you're braking, you're catching the ball.
Put it back in the post, didn't he? Yes. He was able to get back there and play that center field again.
No. You've already broken to the left or the right. That's right. Okay. I get it now.
And it's only been confirmed here today.
So it's just at the end of that route, after you've built up speed, that's when you're catching the ball and you're turning. Alright, that makes sense.
Making our way through the final on-field drills of
So
prospects we saw.
this particular drill, it looks like they're more focused on, like, can you stretch the field one way or the other? Can you put yourself in a position to knock down balls at the numbers, or at the sidelines, depending on where you are at. So they're starting at, like, the center of the field, and then they're having these guys go out to the outside, to the numbers, to catch the ball.
To wrap up Friday night and start all
This is fascinating, man.
drills on the field.
I haven't seen this one before.
Quarterbacks, wide receivers, and running backs all tomorrow. We're on the air at 1 o'clock Eastern.
Okay.
And we
All
open
right.
off the air before Saturday Night Live. Because Sunday is the offensive tackle group. And the guards, interior linemen as well. And they help us turn off the lights here as we head to the airport.
Now, if you're a Jets fan, tonight's date night because you're going to be home the next 2 nights.
That was every day of the regular season.
Well, it was a paid holiday for one side of the ball.
I know.
Unfortunately. Hey, a guy we just saw a minute ago, by the way, I do want to mention Jaden Hicks from Washington State, who did not run, but is a good player. CD, really good angles from the deep half. He's a rugged blitzer. The question I had was the top speed, so we didn't get a chance to see him run here. We'll have to wait to the pro day. But big, physical. He had
Okay. They're all doing really well on this drill so far.
thought he did a pretty good job against tight ends. Just the one question is the speed
Nobody's really standing out.
day there at Pullman to get the answer on that one.
You know what that tells me?
Here's Tyke.
Knows it's the speed
All right, Tyke Smith. Let's go.
one day.
Let's go, Tyke. Show him how it's done, Tyke. There you go.
You can have a little hiccup in training and say,
There you go, big man.
before I've got
I like him.
to really go all out in 40. So we'll see. He'll get his opportunity, but he's a good player.
He's a good player.
Adrian Taylor Demerson. That's the guy that caught the low ball on the previous drill.
Hicks's physicality. His favorite player to watch is the Chargers' Derwin James, guys. He just loves how physical he plays the game. And he was actually 5 years
Somebody let me know what college he's from. I forgot.
That's when he fell in love. So this is a lifelong dream.
I need to know.
To be in this moment here at this combine.
I love it. It'd be great to see who the most popular player is. Max Crosby was the
Who was it? Taylor. Doesn't it make you sick that that's the first thing that people search in Google now? Whenever you see the name Taylor. Anyway,
So, I didn't think I needed Swiffer until I saw how easily it picked up my hair
Safety. There. It's not. It's not Maze. It's not Maze. Who did I say? I think it was the Trojans. I honestly think it was the Trojans. I swear I'll probably find it.
We're making a big change to Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Whoever's Anthony. Jalen Smith. First the Prince.
Adding a delicious layer of caramel.
Okay, so they've already pushed up all their new safeties on their roster.
Making a few of them.
Gotcha. Alright.
A few million.
I didn't know the Trojans were 11-time national champions. That's crazy.
New Reese's
Huh.
Caramel Cup.
I actually did not know that.
And tonight, their dreams come true.
Combine, Trojan safety. It wasn't Caleb Williams. It was, shoot, man. This is gonna drive me nuts. I'll probably recognize it on the PFN. I'll run it on the PFN. I'm not actually doing a draft, I'm just looking for a player. Where is he?
Is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone.
Nah, it was this dude. It was this dude. It was Dadrian Taylor Damerson. He's from Texas Tech. He's from Texas Tech. Y'all keep an eye on him. If he shows up for any more of these drills, man, I'm paying attention.
NFL Plus, watch live events and on-demand content. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. The NFL Plus Players Only Combine broadcast is tomorrow, so all of our analysts who played the game will be out there. I believe Kurt Warner's part of that tomorrow.
Ooh, they're going to have Kurt Warner out there tomorrow?
Steve Smith,
Steve Smith is going to be there?
MJD will all be out there.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. We got Steve Smith out there with the wide receivers tomorrow. Y'all heard it. Let's go.
NFL Plus.
Oh, you know I'm in for that.
What does that mean about you?
Well, they've seen the tape.
I want to see what Steve says about these guys, man. I'm always interested.
I mean, Stacey Dales, I heard yesterday that she was feared. She was feared.
Terrell Austin, drill number 2. Coming in right now.
Honestly, very few of the players have tomorrow have had their names hung in rafters.
Alright, so this is change of direction. This is, can you shift in the middle of a defensive play, back the other direction to handle the coverage or make the tackle,
It does mimic exactly what you see on a football field quite a bit.
Yes, it does.
And I love how they throw the ball and call ball late to mimic the ball getting on top of you when you're in coverage, and now you get your head around quickly to try and make a play on it. Right now, ball coming, and they call it late, but he had his head around it quickly on that one, DJ.
Yep, nicely done.
He looked
They're watching the head as well. Like, what are you turning your head around at the right moment?
no doubt. Otherwise,
I'd rather get yelled at than have a bloody nose.
yeah, that's right. Hey, DJ, this young man from Missouri, Carlette.
Here we go.
That's a big looking, big impressive
Good.
young man.
227 pounds.
Good shift.
He's gonna play.
Good shift. That's what you want right there.
He's run well.
You're saying Carlisle is the truth? Wait a minute.
Evan Williams.
McDonald, those guys.
See how this dude does. Nice. Very quick reactions for Evan Williams. I like this.
That's what you said, his instincts. Make plays on the football.
His Berman nickname would be Jalen True Car Eyes.
A lot of these safeties have really good instincts here.
You can get that green lit, Rich.
I could try. Miller Bradford of TCU. We'll go through that.
Yeah, see, you took too long out of that break. That's why you dropped that. You got to catch that in stride. See, if you're doing it correctly, you'll be able to catch that in stride. You take too long.
Watch the movement, watch the miles per hour. How quick do they get up to that acceleration? Then you can even see another aspect of it once they get the ball.
Exactly. How fast can you get up to the acceleration point out of that?
Here's Kitchens, who the comparison with him, watching him go through this drill, Jair Brown.
Oh,
Almost identical.
he caught that behind him.
Safety.
Oh, on a spin.
Pre-tracer?
That was pre-treasure.
Yeah. Everything he does is smooth and easy.
Yep.
That rare moment that the Steelers used to made an in-season trade in the first few weeks of a season and actually coughed up a draft choice. So first, right? Did they cough up
Yes.
one for him?
Money well spent.
I mean, that's very.
I agree.
Steelers like, right, to go and trade a draft choice for anything,
Yep.
let alone on a player.
He was a match not only just as a player, but as a person. He's everything.
Oh, I know, sure.
Perfect. That's Cole Bishop.
I'm not saying it was a good. But listen, I could take the Brandon Beat approach, right?
All right, so this is box drill.
Although they don't, the Steelers, they are about longevity. They are as stable organization as we've ever seen.
So you're going to back up. You're going to go over to the next drill. Cone over there. So the right side. You're going to back up again. And then follow back around to the first cone. Passing over it, to catch the ball. Oh, he's slipping, man. He's slipping. Miller, that wasn't a great one, man. That wasn't a great drill for him.
It's like one of those pricey games, the price is right, that's so rare you don't know how to play.
There you go. Javon Bullard. Showing him how it's done.
Where's the Odler? There's Bullock.
Yeah, for somebody who's as tall and as long as he is, he's not leggy.
So again, that's that change of direction
It's good bend.
to be able to handle different coverages, different situations that pop up.
Where the guys are not doing the
Like,
stopping, everything's flowing better. They're going through this.
like say a wide receiver is going towards a certain area, and then they stop and back up, for like a little hook route or something like that. You got to be able to handle that. You got to be like, okay, I'm going to adjust to that. So it's the stop and go, to adjust to it. There's certain plays that you have to be able to adjust and make the tackle. So that's why that drill is important. And
It'd be interesting to see how teams handle the older players. Because it is, again, we have a lot of guys who are going to be 24.
with safeties, it can be extremely important because these guys have to come up from way on back in the backfield to make some of these plays. So it's how fast can you turn upfield out of that break. And that's what they're measuring right now. Is that speed out of the break.
Most NFL decision makers think about their next
So you'll see a lot of these coaches have like stopwatches and stuff like that for that particular play drill. For a few of these particular drills. Because that's what they're measuring. They're also watching the footwork. They're watching the hands. But mostly the break. And how they come out of that break.
I'm like Coach Freeman. Went through it.
Well, it's changed it now because when I
So again, this is your first look at some of these players, you know, in person to figure out, you know, what can they do flexibility wise. How can they move their bodies? How athletic are they? Footwork, hands, everything. And everybody seems to be doing a good job on this drill. Here's Tyke. Go Tyke. Go Tyke. Nice break, dude. Yes. Like that's his area right there. That's where his niche is. He's very, very good at that. And I've watched him do that numerous times with Georgia, where he'll stop and go, and then the closing speed, you know, to make the tackle out of that is impressive for Tyke. The last year he was slated as like a 5th rounder or a 6th rounder, but now he's improved his draft stock to maybe a 3rd or a 4th. So I'm kind of curious to see where he lands. As now he's fully eligible and he's not going to come back to Georgia. So let's see how that goes. Millier wanted another run at that, and did much better. So he still slipped, but he had a good recovery. Yep.
I love having the numbers on there. That's a great new addition.
I do too. Final drill. It's the gauntlet.
Yeah, they weren't measuring the speed on some of the replays. So now they're starting to do that this year. I like that. Here we go. Here's the gauntlet. Oh, this is fun. Okay, so first guy, they're just showing you how it's done. Here we go. Let's see it.
Brother could use a cup of Joe down here. We got it going.
So you catch one way, you turn around a whole 180 degrees, you catch it the other way, and then you run down the side, the line, the yard line, and you're expected to stay on that yard line while catching balls, turning left and right, and it's just very, very fascinating. Uh-oh, we got an injury. Hopefully it's a cramp. Oh.
He's fine. I mean, he can be fine there. He's had a great day. Run.
You got to catch those balls in stride, man. You can't slow down. You got to keep going.
He's been a little cleaner going through this than the corners, Charles.
It's interesting, right? Because a lot of the corners were, when I say a lot, the corners were wide receiver conversion guys.
Bullock with a nice gauntlet.
That was impressive.
It also measures your catching ability, too. But mostly how fast you turn. You know? How fast you go through the gauntlet.
He's gonna find his way to some
And the better that you do this as a safety, you could be looking at an upgrade to corner for workouts. You know, and that's what they just mentioned with the Missouri guy. So that's really interesting. Very nice run, Jaden Hicks, man. Like that. Clean. 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 Yeah. A little bit better. There you go.
He will evaluate that too.
He was not having it that day. Patrick McMorris Cal has been a kind of a sneaky safety.
Uh-oh.
Producing
Keep running, keep running.
Cal safeties floating around the NFL.
There's no question about
You heard the man. He said keep running.
is it Byram up in Minnesota?
You can't slow down. You got to keep going.
Davis with the Jets. Much more of a special teams guy than a pure safety.
There you go.
His field workout's been really good.
Boom. 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 Nice. 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 Josh Proctor, like that one. That was a good one. Good run.
You got some coffee. Cheers to you, sir. Nice. There, you want it?
No, man. I'll get my. I'll wait.
Not too bad of a run, Demani.
There's Andre Sam.
Let's see Andre here. All right, Andre. All right. All right.
He had a couple gifts when I was watching
All right.
him on tape of the went through
Solid.
production CD in Army. He got a couple gift
All right, Tyke, let's go, man.
Sam did.
1 second. Did you say Army?
Army.
They threw it?
No, that's why I was shocked.
Yes.
There's your answer right there.
Good gauntlet, Tyke. Good gauntlet. That's what you're looking for, man. I like Tyke, man. I want to see this dude succeed, man. He's going to be a good safety somewhere. He might be a backup for a good while, but he has the potential to go for starter at some point down the line. I'm going to maintain that. Dedrian, yeah. From Texas Tech. Oh! Oh! Look at all the spots that he's had to try to catch that ball at. It's a high ball. He's had a low ball. He had a side ball. You know, these balls were thrown at all kinds of different angles for that dude. Oh! Evan Williams with a great gauntlet. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Nice. Nice. James Williams. Beautiful. All right, Millard. He wants one more run at it. Fair enough. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yeah. Good gauntlet, man. Good recovery gauntlet. All right, there's Jalen. Jalen's about to do the backflip again. Here it is. Oh, there's the cartwheel and the backflip. Hey, I love this dude's energy, man. I love this. That's so good. Where's Jalen from, actually?
So the next time, Charles, you come down to the field. Coffee? Just
Oh,
we'd like to see this next time you come down.
he's athletic, man. I love it.
All right. Talking about Mayock reps, but I haven't heard DJ spit anything from Parliament Funkadelic. Yeah. When
That's for one night only. That's fair.
Fun stuff. Congrats to these Jets for crushing the combine and everybody else that was a defensive prospect. When we come back, we turn the page to the tight ends.
All right.
Order Pizza Hut now and get a free large pizza later. That's a free pizza on your next order. So you can pizza now, then pizza again.
I want to find him real quick.
Next dinner is covered. Your future self will thank
Jalen Simpson. Okay, so it's Jalen Simpson from Auburn. Man, you got my attention, Jalen. That's that type of energy that a coach will like, man. And they see you running that gauntlet well. They see you having a good day during the entire combine. That's going to get you some personal meetings, man. That'll definitely up your draft stock. Well done, sir. And I mean, I like the way he approaches the game too. Like he just genuinely has fun. He just enjoys it. And it's so much fun watching players that during a normal, boring combine, you know, just doing backflips and just enjoying themselves. It's just a joy, man. You know? When you just enjoy the game that much and you enjoy, like, who you are personality-wise and what you do, you know, and you're just like, hey, let's just have a really fun time, man. That's the players I like, man. I like dealing with... I like watching those players. And it's not necessarily an invite for us to go after a safety, of course, but, you know, it's somebody that catches your attention, and it's somebody that is interesting, you know, to watch. And can sell tickets, you know, if he's successful, you know, in his development and his play style on the field. You know, being all happy and go lucky is great and all, you know, but can you go out there and produce too? That's what sells tickets, you know. That's what gets you wins. You know, so if you can manage to do that, people are going to pay attention to you. A lot more so than just cutting backflips, you know. But if you can do both, like Cam Newton was able to do, hey, sky's the limit for players like that, right? And this dude's been sitting there, you know, at 250 something in the PFN. Who knows where he's listed at in the other ones? But I would imagine it's below 150. But that's something that's definitely going to help him out. Here's Adam Peters.
It was really fun. We had a great time.
Commanders general manager.
Cool prospects and really cool people, and we're really looking forward to getting to know them a little bit more.
It's an interesting process because here you are, first year GM, but you're also with Dan Quinn, who's a new coach. Josh Harris is the owner, obviously, and you've got new offensive coordinator with Cliff Kingsbury. You're all together really for the first time feeling this out. How has the process been, including Bob Myers, who comes from the Golden State Warriors?
It's been really exciting. There's a lot of juice in the building, a lot of energy. That coaching staff brought a lot of energy. Hired Lance Newmark, assistant GM. DQ's just been an incredible partner to work with, and he hired an incredible staff. Let's see. Who else?
Cliff, I was talking with Bob.
He comes across as a really genuine guy to me. I don't know what it is. I like him.
Really, really good. So we're having a lot of fun.
You know, when you guys were in San Francisco, you had a knack for day 3 talent. We're talking about Fred Warner, George Kittle, Brock Purdy in the 7th round. When you're at the combine, everyone focuses on those top-tier blue-chip guys, but I have to think you guys really value what else you can see here on the field this weekend.
Yeah, it's really the scouts. The scouts are the day 3 guys, working together with the coaches, getting
Yeah.
together, watching the tape, kind of just parsing through all that, looking at these drills. Those guys are the stars of day 3, so we just lean on them for their opinions.
a couple years ago with Trey Lance. You're the number 2 pick. Is there a scenario where you guys would be willing to trade up to the number 1 spot and try to get in that number 1 seat?
I think we'd do anything to make our team better. So you trade up, trade down. Had a lot of really good conversations with a lot of GMs this week, really productive. So we're going to look through every avenue to make our team better.
Adam Peters, new Washington Commanders general manager. Thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it. All right.
Very
guys,
nice.
that's it. Adam Peters, awesome stuff here in Indy. And on Monday, I promise you, you'll have to join that giant bug right there. That's Good Morning Football. But one of the 4 hosts, we have a good time.
Wasn't Adam Peters the assistant general manager for San Francisco before he became GM for the Washington Commanders? Somebody remind me. Because it just seems like he's... They were talking about the San Francisco picks, you know, of the day 3 people. So it made me think, like, was he the assistant during that time? Like, I don't know. I'll have to double check. Let's see. Yeah, he was. That's why I recognize that name. That's exactly why I recognize that name. Yep. Wow. I was just guessing and I actually got it right. Hey, you never know. That was a very educated guess. Based on the context there. But yeah. Let's kind of recap what we saw today. Nate Wiggins with the fastest speed out of all of them. Let's hope that that hip injury doesn't affect him, you know, for the rest of the offseason here. I doubt it will. But if he's able to run that fast, then he's still going to definitely outrun a lot of these corners in this draft class, even with like a 4.30. So my whole thing is, like, he just solidified himself as a top 10 pick, most likely. We met with him, and I don't know what that means for us. Like, does that mean that we are going to maybe tag and trade for Burns? Or what does that actually mean? Because we would have to have a first round pick to get him. And we would have to move up with a team to get him. And you just heard Nate Wiggins talk about he's talked with a lot of GMs, you know, about his options. So does that maybe mean we move up to number 2 maybe? You know, with the trade to Washington for Brian Burns? Who knows? I mean, the options are all on the table right now. And it's going to be really fascinating to see what happens here. Someone else that caught my attention today so far was they're talking to Kool-Aid right now.
Yeah, the Kool-Aid smell. So we have 4 flavors of Kool-Aid. You're officially branded with Kool-Aid.
Yo!
You've had some. You said you know what your favorite flavor is, and you're curious if we have it. So we're gonna try to do a blind.
Kool-Aid the safety.
Flavors,
Hey, he's actually nationally branded with Kool-Aid.
okay. We both start here, all right?
That's dope, dude. Yep. 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 Correct.
That was right. Okay, one down. Second one.
This is cool. I like this.
Okay. So then we'll do 3, 2, 1, and then we'll both guess. But you have 1 point. I'm gonna give that one to you because I actually had no idea. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Fruit punch.
Tropical punch.
It's tropical punch. Okay.
They don't have a fruit punch.
Okay. Well, excuse me. I'm not endorsed by Kool-Aid. I don't. So, I think it's here. Ready?
Orange.
Okay, are you gonna let me guess? 3, 2, 1. Orange. Well, the color helps on that one.
Yeah, I've seen it already.
Thank you for being honest. All right. 2, 1, 2, 2. What are we saying that?
I'm gonna let you go first this time.
No, we'll do 3, 2, 1 still, but you are still winning. All right, last but not least. 3, 2, 1. Cherry.
Hey.
You still, I think you still.
That's amazing.
Tropical punch got me. I thought it was fruit punch. You killed it.
Yes, tropical fruit punch.
You already had looked and already knew that would be
I don't know. It's orange. We're gonna keep fighting about this all day long, but Kool-Aid. You gotta know.
That's hilarious. Hey.
Davis, Josh Proctor come. What'll it have to do? By the way, did we ask the original Kool-Aid to get on the scale or not? Even.
How about that? He might have used up his eligibility.
Oh, that's hilarious. I love it.
NIL's big for Kool-Aid.
They're comparing him to the Kool-Aid Man. Oh my gosh. Oh, y'all got some clouded stuff, man. Yep. That's so dumb.
Why not? All right, let's do it, because I know, Charles, you got a good look at all these guys. Tyler Owens will
All right. Back to the serious stuff, man.
running and jumping.
You know, when you play in the Big 12, as you
Okay, Tyler Owens with the 12-2.
because you're gonna be
Whoa!
punch at a time.
For a safety? 12-2 for a safety? On a broad?
Athletic, and when you watch him,
Dang, man.
Daniel Jeremiah gave voice to it. I was thinking it. I was able to join in.
That's crazy.
Played Wildcat quarterback and running back a little
That's going to make a difference on those high point
surprised if he got converted over to running back in the NFL.
interception 50-50 balls. You know what I mean? That's why they measure this stuff, man.
Sold into a flip. It was unbelievable, but beyond that, he was excellent today. The jumps were great.
And also,
I think he was cracked up to be.
they measure it for
Sorry, it's
the jumping ability. You know, can you dive for balls? Can you get
the athletic specimens that we're seeing on the
how athletic are you?
incredible, and they're all
Really, is what that is.
state transfer goes to Oregon. That's a big last year there. And then we saw him at the Senior Bowl, a big time interception on a play where he was away.
God, a 12-2 on a broad. That's crazy.
To pursue it and take it away. And like Rocky's man was Rocky's manager, Mickey, when he told him Rocky can't fight that guy. He'll knock you into tomorrow.
We haven't seen anything close to that yet. I think the closest we've seen to that is like 11-6 or something like that. So far, 11-3. Y'all correct me. Y'all remind me because I haven't seen it. I have to look at the list to be able to tell. Come on, results. Let's double check. Let's see. Broad jump. Broad jump's what I want. Yeah, see, the closest one we found in the corners room was 11-4. So, like, these guys are just, wow. Okay, so the safeties, you got a 12-2. Everybody else was like an 11-1 or below. That's nuts, dude.
Well, if you're talking about nationally and people not knowing him, I don't think within the NFL community, although because he played at Toledo, there still is that little element, right? Schrags, okay, now Pac-12, ACC, whatever next to his name, we would have never had those questions.
I 100% agree.
That's true, yeah.
Alabama, we're talking about.
Exactly.
He could have gone to any of those big schools. He could have transferred. He stayed.
When you took Jose, you gave him to Alabama, so now is he going to play the nickel while Kool-Aid and moving inside?
And how about the playmaker among
Yeah, because he was at Toledo, that's why people are just like, okay, well, who did you play when you were playing at Toledo? See, there's not that seriousness of who did you play versus the Mountain West, who did you play versus the ACC, who did you play against the SEC, you know, the major conferences. That's where people's names are known. You know, so when you come out of a place like Toledo, you've really got to step your game up. You've really got to be that guy that catches people's attention. Otherwise, you're going to fall behind. You're going to be one of those day 3 guys, man. And you don't want to be a day 3 guy if you're a corner or a defensive back.
Yeah, but I liked about the fact they didn't even bump into each other. Going to one side, you go to the other.
I thought Mitchell's quotes yesterday, too. He said he's the best MAC player to ever play the MAC. Okay, well, so we went through on the set some other ones. Pretty good.
Yeah,
There's some good ones. And then he also said he's not here to be mediocre. He's here to break records. He did pretty damn close to that.
Hey, quick reminder, go download NFL Plus these days because coming up on Saturday, it's players only. Kurt Warner will be here, MJD.
Alright, so we are officially done, I believe, with day 2 here. Oh, okay, they're doing tight ends. They're doing tight ends. I'm not interested in tight ends, so we're probably not going to draft one anyway. So I got what I wanted out of the DBs and the safeties. So occasionally they can have an interesting drill with the tight ends. That's worth watching. But really, we have no interest in that position this year, I don't think. We're going to probably stick with what we've got. So, kind of continuing to wrap up this day so far. I think that Tyler Owens 12-2 on the broad jump catches my attention. And I haven't even looked at the bench numbers or the shuttle numbers or the 3-cone. So I don't know what these guys are logging in for those yet. The bench, I'm more interested in for bench press, the linebackers and defensive tackles and defensive ends. So I'll kind of dig through those from day 1. You got Jared Verse sitting there with 31 reps. Leading the way, Xavier Thomas, one of my favorite guys from Clemson. Cedric with 25. Gabriel Murphy. Sullivan. Darius Robinson sitting down there with 21. So, I mean, it's an interesting list here for those. All right, we're going to go to defensive tackles. Let's see the bench press for the defensive tackles. You got Jordan Jefferson leading the way with 34. My man, Tyler Davis from Clemson, tied. 3-way tie for second place with another Clemson player, Ruka Rororo, with 29. That's impressive right there. I like that. You got Chris Jenkins in that mix too. Ooh, that's good company right there. That's good company. Byron Murphy not that far behind with 28. Braden Fisk, I know people like him. He's 26. 26 bench press. And Makai Wingo with 25 down here from LSU is another highlight. So let's look at linebackers now. You got Trice Knight with 21 reps. Jeremiah Trotter sitting up there at second again. There's another Tiger up there, which makes me happy as a Clemson fan. 21 tied for first there. Other people on this list so far, you got Cedric Gray with 17. You got, for North Carolina Tar Heels. And you've also got Tatum from Florida State with 16. So those are guys that that catch my eye from that group from day one with the bench press. So now you look at the three cone, and more so, I'm interested with the three cone with the corners, and they haven't listed those yet, or the safeties yet. So once those come out, I'll be checking those numbers and looking at those. But sure, let's look at the vertical for the safeties. Again, vertical, 41 for Tyler Owens. You got 40 for Evan Williams. Everyone else is below 40 here, which is respectable. But it's those guys that can vertical jump like that can be the difference makers between 50-50 balls, down the field as safeties. So that's why that's kind of important to keep an eye on that vertical number. Some of these guys could be difference makers, some of them not so much. Tyke Smith rolling in with 36 on that. I think the guys that I'm most interested in. Okay, there's Dadrian with 38. Milliard from TCU with 38. Jalen Simpson from Auburn with a 39. Okay, so this can be also very important with corners as well. So we're going to look at the corners with this. You got a 42.5 for Elijah Jones, 42.5 for Daquan Hardy here from Penn State. Andrew Phillips not that far behind. Kentucky guys can jump, man. They're really, really athletic guys from Kentucky coming out of these last few draft classes in the defensive backfield. So I'm not surprised to see that. Max Melton 40.5. You got Marcellus Dial with 40.5. Ryan Watts 40.5. We've had a lot of success with South Carolina Gamecocks corners. So I would not be surprised to see us target another one late in the draft. Depending on where he lands. I don't know where Dial is going to land. Maybe 3rd or 4th round? Could be. Hard to tell. Oh, they brought a Husky in. Hey, that's cool.
Oh, there go the glasses. Glasses.
That's awesome.
Which tight end? Wait for it. Has the dog in it. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? Nice treats. Tight end class.
That's awesome.
Offensive prospects to hit.
They brought a Husky. That's cool, dude. Which players do I like so far? I'll point those out in a minute. I'm not so much interested in the safeties, but again, we have had success with South Carolina corners. Florida State players are really, really representing very well this year in the combine. So there's something to be said for that. You got Jarian Jones here sitting at 39. respectable 39 there. And I mean, these guys are really, really. Oh, we got 36 for Nate Wiggins, my man Nate Wiggins. Okay. I think they said something about like 18 people from Michigan are in this draft class. 18, y'all. That is wild. I gotta point that out again because that's the most out of any draft class so far from one single team. I think the closest was like 16, and that was Alabama one year, I think. I don't know. I'd have to check that list again, but that was really, really interesting. As far as the corners, which ones did I like today? You know, that's a really interesting question. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't had that much time to really study these guys and learn them. I like Jarrian Jones. I like Ronaldo Green from Florida State. I like Terrion Arnold from Alabama. I like his personality too. They did an interview with him earlier. I really like him. Nate Wiggins, of course, is one of my favorites. Pritchett could be interesting as well. Who else caught my eye today? Cam Hart. I like Cam Hart. But I think the guy that really solidly got my attention today, I would have to give it to... Oh, that's tough, man. That's tough. That's really tough. I don't know. I'm gonna say... Ooh, that's tough. Because it was tough to separate these guys, you know? You really have to watch their footwork and their breaks during these drills in order to separate these guys. Because they all ran these drills really, really well. So it was like... And they all caught the ball well, too. So for me... If I had to separate one, man, I don't know, man. I don't want to do the rest of these guys like this, though. You know what I mean? Because they all did well. Man, that's tough. That's tough, though. I have to say... Because I know that we have zero shot at my guy from Clemson. He's going to be a top 15 pick. Nate Wiggins. We have zero shot at this dude. So... But to me, Nate Wiggins did separate himself from the pack. Definitely with the 40 time. But as far as like the second group, which is what we're more focused on, you know, because of the 33 pick and what we need to be looking at. There's like 4 or 5 of them that actually are on my radar right now. And I don't know where these guys are going to land exactly. Jarian Jones is one of them from Florida State. Cam Hart is on that list. I like Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. Although I'd like to see him clean up a couple of things, you know, on his pro day that he was doing here in the combine that it wasn't exactly what we're looking for. I'll have to say out of this list, I don't know, man. Pritchett caught my attention as well. But if you want somebody that's going to go up and make those 50-50 pass deflections, you know, then you want Daquan Hardy from Penn State. You know, because you got that towering 42.5 on the broad jump, on the vertical jump. So, it all depends on what you're looking for. You know, if we're going to put him back in deep threats, you know, then you want somebody like that. If you want whoever we get to play nickel, then you want some of the other guys that I mentioned. So it all depends on what you're looking for and what shows up around pick 33. So if that's what you're committed to getting at 33, personally, I'm not committed to getting a corner at 33. But if I was GM, I would probably wait until later on and then scout the day 2 people. Because I think the day 2 people is where we need to start looking at to try to find out what we want to get. So, at pick 33, I'm looking at... I'm going to tell you exactly who I'm looking at. And this is if we don't have a first round pick. I'm looking at the linebackers, I'm looking at the defensive tackles, and I'm looking at defensive end. Or a left tackle. A left guard. Those are the 4 positions I'm looking at. Now, you can, of course, look for a wide receiver. That's so far. That's 5 positions that we have an option in that we can go hunting for. Personally, I'd rather have a left guard. I want to seal up this offensive line. I don't want anybody getting past that offensive line to get to Bryce anymore. And we better not waste that pick on a halfway decent offensive lineman. I want a good offensive lineman. I want somebody that's a grown man on that offensive line at left guard when we get these guys. So that's my whole thing. If you want to go defensive end at 33, I'll tell you who's on my list. Hold on. I'll tell you who's there. Where is he? Xavier Thomas will be on that list. Latu, if he happens to drop to the second round, would be on that list. I like Gabriel Murphy from UCLA as well. That's an interesting option as well. I'm not really feeling the rest of these guys, to be honest. Jared Verse would be interesting too. So, Chop Robinson will probably be gone in the first round. I'm going to tell you that right now. Dallas Turner will be too. So, defensive tackle wise, I like Byron Murphy. I like Ruko Rororo. I vouch for him. God, that is such a fun name to say. Orororo. I like Chris Jenkins the best, though. I think Chris Jenkins is my top option for 33. If it's not a left guard, then I like Chris Jenkins right now. You also have Tyler Davis here sitting there in mid-third round, possibly. Mid-second round, mid-third round. I'm a huge fan of Miles Murphy as well. Miles Murphy would be a great choice if we don't get him. And I do want to point out, Javonte Sweat with the 5.27, that's an impressive time for a guy as big as that dude is. So, he's not slow. That's a very impressive time. So give him his credit. I like it. And linebacker. So at linebacker, you got a guy that's not listed on this list right now, but he will be listed on here. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I really like this dude. I was a huge fan of his dad that played with the Eagles. And in a lot of ways, he played just like his dad. And I would love to have somebody like that in the linebacker corps. It would be excellent. So that's more so what I'm looking at. Broad jump. Who else? Yeah. I think I'm happy with that. None of the linebackers really stood out to me except for him, to be honest. Out of the ones that are listed. Now you're looking at defensive tackles on this list, so. But I mean, that's really what I'm looking at. It's going to come down to Chris Jenkins, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., a left guard, a wide receiver, or maybe a defensive end. So once we get a good look at the wide receivers tomorrow, we'll be able to have a clearer picture of what might be on our radar at wide receiver at 33. This is all assuming we're just dealing with 33. That's our first pick, and we haven't moved Brian Burns yet. So those are the options we have. And I think they're pretty good options. I like them. I think we got something here, And they're showing Jim Harbaugh again over there. Looking at the tight ends. I'm not so much interested in the tight ends. I really could care less what these guys do right at the moment. So my focus is on the D-backs that we just looked at today. And what we saw yesterday. I really don't like the fact that they highlighted Dave Canales during the safety drills. It's not good. It's not a good look. We don't need another safety. We need a defensive back. We need a corner to replace CJ. That's what I'm thinking right now. I don't want to part ways with Dante right now. I don't want to do it. Wiggins hip injury. So we're waiting to hear what happens with that. Niners are interviewing Alexander for their defensive coordinator spot right now. Broncos hire Jamar Cain as their defensive line coach. Eagles release Kevin Byard, the safety. Commanders release Charles Leno, the tackle, and Logan Thomas, the tight end. Patriots are re-signing Nathan Raruk, the quarterback. They're going to release J.C. Jackson, the corner. So that's the new news today around the NFL. So I just wanted to reiterate that a third time throughout this stream, just so people that are new coming in will hear that information. And also Peyton Wilson, the North Carolina Wolfpack, NC State Wolfpack linebacker, caught my attention yesterday. I really like him. So he's on my radar as well. For 33. He is heavily on my radar, actually, because of the fact that he idolized Luke Kuechly and everything else that came with his development came from watching Luke Kuechly. So, defensive tackle Chris Jones is going to be a free agent. Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins, Mike Evans are going to be out there. I think the Buccaneers are going to re-sign Baker. Kirk Cousins, I think, will stay out there. Mike Evans will probably get re-signed or a bidding war. But Chris Jones, now that's the one we want to keep an eye on, because yes, that is going to be a big contract, and I don't know what that's going to look like. If somebody were to try to go after him. And we do need a defensive tackle. Bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to double check that. Chris Jones, right? Chris Jones, the defensive tackle, yeah. Which one? Interior defensive line, Chiefs. That's the right one. Ooh. Dang. Look at that cap hit. Ouch. 14% in 2022. 12.2% in 2023. Ouch. That's a lot of money, man. $85.9 million cap hit with that deal. Oof. They're comparing Brock Bowers to Dallas Clark in the tight end class. Interesting. All right. Wow. That's a big contract for this dude, man. I don't know. that might be tough for a lot of teams to pick up right there. I think the Colts might be interested because they've got like $73 million in cap room right now. So that might be a good pickup for them. No way they managed to re-sign that dude, though. I don't see it. Not with that type of a contract. He's going to want bags of money after he just won the Super Bowl and got a ring. I just don't see it. Brock Bowers, number 7 ranked NFL draft prospect for Georgia as a tight end. 2,538 receiving yards, 26 receiving touchdowns, 5 rushing touchdowns in his career. Whew. Nice. Very nice. For a Georgia tight end, not bad. Not bad at all. And they do rush their tight ends too. So. All right. I think that's a pretty good wrap up there. Unless you guys want me to scout the tight ends, do you guys want me to look at anybody in particular for tight ends? I'd be happy to do it. Just name the player, what college they're from, and why you like them. In chat, and we'll take a look at them. If that's what you guys want to do. If there's not enough interest and I only get 1 or 2 players, then I'll probably just call it off. I'll probably just call it. Because I'm really not interested in the tight ends, to be honest. There's just nothing there for us, info-wise, to get out of this, in my opinion. Not this year, anyway. Anything that we see online as far as tight ends, that's probably what we're going to be focused on after that point. As far as Cam Newton is concerned, he did release a video concerning his fight at the youth camp. So if you want to check that out, go on his channel, the 4th and 1. Cam Newton channel on YouTube. I think it's specific under his name. And, just skip ahead to where he starts talking about it. There's a lot of other junk in that video that I just don't have any interest in. But, nah. The main highlight of that, I was watching a little bit of that before I got on the stream, was the fact that he's not going to stop doing youth camps, and he's, he got a little bit out of hand there. So, that's really what we can take away from that. So, there you go. Alright, so they're doing the over-the-shoulder drill right now for catching and stuff like that. I just don't see enough interest in tight ends right now to really push for info here. Let's just randomly draft one. And I won't know a doggone thing about the player. I'll study up on the info for tight ends anyway, just to be knowledgeable. But, I'm not going to watch them during a combine. Probably not. I'm more focused on the other positions that we just talked about. Ruka. For those people that don't know who Rook is, I mean this dude's a beast, man. This is his scouting report.
And here is Rook Orororo.
Yeah, he's roll.
I love the name. Again, I love seeing the name. Muscular build. Explodes into the neutral zone, attacking a blocker with fist hands. Makes it a living under his opponent's pads and sets a firm edge. Unified hands, feet slide quickly into lateral block attempts. Field demeanor can turn cranky from time to time. Tools and potential are present for him to become a better pass rusher as a pro. Quick to close out quarterbacks once he finds the pocket. And lateral quickness for elevated twist success in the pros. So I see him translating well into the NFL. His weaknesses are gets pads turned and sealed due to his technique. Which is true. I have seen that. Needs better mass to anchor to fight off double teams. True. Gets too caught up in battling a single blocker rather than discarding and making a play. Average instincts as a playmaker inside. Rush based on quickness and activity more than skill. Hasn't learned to convert his speed to power. That's also true. Yeah, all of those things that they put in his scouting report are correct. Those are very good scouts that are putting together these reports. So, that's just an idea, like one of these guys, you know. So, if you click on one of these guys, you'll get all of this, which is really cool. Production score, athleticism score. You get your 40-yard dash. They really put everything well into a very nice presentation for you here for each one. So you have like all of these stats. I had no idea he was from Nigeria. That's cool. I was not aware of that. Very awesome, dude. Representing his home country. Very good, man. 6'4", 294 pounds. I mean, big guy. You know. Will eventually be an average starter. Yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it. And, like, that's really what we're looking for is somebody like that. You know, that can work alongside Derek Brown. Derek Brown will be the leader, of course. But then you have, like, that other counterpart guy. Like, maybe a Chris Jenkins, maybe a Ruka Rororo, maybe a guy like that, of that size, that can just be that great counterpart. So, that's kind of what we're looking for, man. And currently the tight ends are doing, like, the drills where they're pushing the mannequins. And that's what's important about that is the blocking. So if you're pushing for like a screenplay, or if you're pushing for like a, you know, from a blocking stance, to open up a run play. You know, that's what that is important for. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that. Personally, what I would like to see us do is either go left guard, linebacker, or defensive tackle with this 33rd pick. I would not be mad at a wide receiver pick. I think under the circumstances, I would not be mad at that at all. I would also not be mad at a defensive end pick. So if, say, we got Jared Verse, I would not be mad at that. You know, or an Xavier Thomas, or let's see. Or Latu. If Latu or Latu, either way, he doesn't care how you say it. So, if Latu ends up dropping to 33, I think he's a very, very good candidate. And there's a chance that he could because of that injury that he had. It's going to scare a few teams away in the first round, I think. With the ACL tear. So we'll just have to see how this goes. You know, I don't know how. Ooh, they're running the gauntlet with the tight ends. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. I would not be mad at I honestly would not be mad if we went for Latu. If he drops down to 33, I would not be mad at that at all. UCLA. Yeah. And he had a very, very impressive pro day. A combine day.
Just an observation down here, you know.
I'm going to turn the sound off so you guys can kind of see a little bit. Here's the wave drill. So this is kind of giving you an idea of how quickly he can move. I mean, this is a fast dude. He can move, dude. Alright, so skipping ahead a little bit here. Okay, so they were only focused on that. Yeah, so it's a neck injury, and it'll still need to be evaluated. I think that we've had our fun with injury-ridden players, though, and I don't know. That may not be the pick, guys. That may not be the right one. We'll see how this whole draft process unfolds. You know, because some of these guys that have like these injuries turn out to be the best options sometimes, as far as like what they're able to do and what they're able to bring to an NFL team. But it's just those injuries that scare teams away, though. You know, so I'm not afraid to go digging into those players, you know, skill sets just to find out, you know, is this a viable option? Yeah, sorry, something in my eye. They're measuring the speed of these tight ends on the gauntlet drill, which is interesting. Yeah, so I'm really not even gonna focus on tight ends. All right. Is there anything else we really need to talk about in this stream? Because otherwise, I'm just gonna move on to the next one on Saturday. Alrighty. Well, if that's all we want to talk about, then. And okay. I posted a poll yesterday of if you had your choice of these two or a player that you like at number 33, who would you take? And I said Chris Jenkins or Jeremiah Trotter. And a player of your choice, comment below. Of course, people can add stuff to the poll, you know, which is cool. Clay added Oregon wide receiver Troy Franklin. And this is kind of what I encourage people to do is add players to this, you know, because if you see somebody you really like, add them to the list to have people vote on it. Like, this vote can go on as long as we need to throughout this weekend. So that we can have more players to look at and explore and learn more about. So this is good. Sammy added Xavier Leggett. Okay. Who is Xavier Leggett? Tell me about him. And then I'll check down there in the comment section in a minute. Xavier Leggett. Let's find out who you are. Oh, Gamecocks guy. Okay, Gamecocks wide receiver. Oh, okay, I remember him now. Yeah. It's been a while since I've heard that name. Let's take a look at his stats. What did he do last year? Because now I remember. It took me a minute, man. Let's see. So last year he had 71 catches for 1,255 yards, 7 touchdowns. Okay. Ugh, excuse me. And 7 touchdowns from scrimmage. So all of those yards are from scrimmage. He had 188 yards last year. I'm kind of interested to see. was a kick and punt returner too. Okay. So he returned 10 for 213 yards last year. Okay, cool. He returned 15 for 441 yards and a touchdown in 2022. Interesting. Okay. He's on my radar. Very interesting numbers. Okay, we'll take a look at him tomorrow when they do the wide receivers. Let's see what else we got here. Alright, 33. That's the pick number that we have, OG Red. That's not a player. That's the number pick we have, bro. Like, I don't understand how you didn't understand the question here. Like, read, please. Alright, so we'll also take a look at Troy Franklin as well while we're here. Just to give us a little bit of a heads up on who this dude is before we look at him. 2023, he had 81 catches for 1,383 yards and 14 touchdowns. My goodness. Okay, I see why people are high on this dude now. I like him. 61 catches for 891 yards and 9 touchdowns in 2022 with the increased role in his sophomore season. What happened during his junior year? Was he just not used? Or did he just skip straight to senior? That's really weird. Was that just misprinted? Huh. Okay. No, it's not misprinted. It's down here too. Let's see. Alright, 2 tackles for loss on defense too. Alright, who are they showing now? Vikings quarterback coach Josh McCown and head coach Kevin O'Connell. So the Vikings are maybe looking at a tight end, possibly. Maybe not so much. They're just being shown. Okay, cool. Alright. Well, I see why these guys are being targeted here. For sure. One of these 3 wide receivers, whichever is available. I like McConkey a lot. Not number 1 wide receiver, though, because he gets separation so fast. I know he would be an immediate help for Bryce. The others I don't know well enough to know. Wide receiver from Georgia. Ooh, okay. I see why you're paying attention now. Alright. Okay, we got some names. We got some names and some things to look at here. I like this. We don't need a running back. Yeah, Yeah, and the Michigan people are going to the Chargers. Yeah. You can expect 2 or 3 of those picks to go to the Chargers of the Michigan players. Troy Franklin. Doesn't give up on plays. always moving in case the quarterback is in trouble behind the line, great catch radius, and fast. Good route separation, probably my favorite, will likely be left on the board. Xavier Worthy would be my second. Then my speed. They need speed at the moment and lots of separation, but I still say that Chris Jenkins looks beastly, and if we were drafted by Carolina like his father, I wouldn't be upset. Yeah, I second that. Yeah, that's a good comment right there. So we'll take a look at Franklin. We'll take a look at McConkey as well. We looked at Franklin, I think, right? We just looked at Franklin. So McConkey. All right. What's the entire bowl game? Troy Franklin would be the perfect player for Bryce, especially what Tank did for CJ Stroud. The guy is like Steve Smith, but faster and quicker. Ooh. Alright, so y'all are high up on Troy Franklin right now. Alright. Everyone seems to like him. Alright. We'll take a look at him tomorrow. For sure. Let's see who Ladd McConkey is. I want to know who Ladd McConkey is. Yeah. Give me some numbers on this dude. Give me some numbers. Oh, for real? His highlight year was during his sophomore year with Georgia when he went to the national championship. 22. 58 catches, 762 yards, 7 touchdowns. 2 rushing touchdowns. But looking at his other 2 years, we got a 31 catches for 447 yards and 5 touchdowns. And last year, we're looking at 30 catches for 478 and 2 touchdowns. I mean, he wasn't really used as much as the rest of the wide receiver core was. So that's my concern there. So if we do draft him, there's a huge concern about how much we're going to actually use a guy like that. Like, he has the potential to put up more, as you've seen from the stats there, but my question is, like, at what point are we going to start throwing him the ball? Can Bryce get comfortable with him, enough to throw that ball to him to the level of getting like 478 yards per season, or are we going to expand that and get the most out of him and get 762, off of those 558 catches, and use him more to get the 7 touchdowns that we need? Which one are we going to do? So that's my concern here, is just like, what are we going to do with him if we do draft him? I'll take a look at him, of course. After this stream, I'm going to throw down these names onto my notes. And I'll keep an eye on those guys specifically for you guys, since you requested it. Those specific players. So we'll see what we can find. Beyond that, I think that's pretty much it. And anyone saying best player available doesn't understand the question. And I've said this before. Don't give me a best player available answer. Give me a name. I need a name. going on with my mic? There we go. There we go. There we go. Now y'all can hear me. Now y'all can hear me. Sorry about that. All right, how much of that did y'all miss? How much of that did y'all miss? All right. Oh, goodness. All right. My whole thing is I'm looking at Jacksonville might take a chance on Nate Wiggins. He might drop down to 17. Which would give us a chance at Jeremiah Trotter Jr. at 33. If we were to start negotiations with these guys, I would start with Jacksonville, Philadelphia, LA Rams. Those would be my three, and the Raiders. I don't know who gave us the rest of those. Who was the other one that who was the other one that gave us the 2 first-round picks offers? That's what I want to know. Because those are the ones that we want to start negotiations with. And if they're sitting in the middle of that first-round draft order, then I'm very interested in it. Raiders are sitting at 13. You know, Jacksonville sitting at 17. Seattle sitting at 16. Philadelphia sitting at 22. I would not be mad at that either. Rams are sitting at 19. So depending on who we make that trade offer with, you know, that could be very interesting. The thing with Nate Wiggins did get that 4.29 40 time. And the injury could scare a few teams off. That's why I'm thinking the Jags might take a shot at him. They haven't been shy about getting Clemson players so far. And they know what they're doing. Keep that in mind. They know what they're doing. Next year, they will be a playoff team. If they can keep Trevor healthy, that's a playoff team. Plus whoever they add in this draft. And they draft really, really well. And they scout really, really well. So I'm very, very interested in what that's going to look like at the end of April. I'm going to be paying high attention to what they pick. Because that's going to have a huge impact on what we pick. It all depends on what we're going to be doing with. Alright, so let's say they go for Nate Wiggins. That opens up the possibility of Jeremiah Trotter Jr. That also opens up the possibility of Chris Jenkins sitting there at 33. And possibly a defensive end. If we go offensive line in the first round with the Brian Burns trade. So you would be sitting there with 3 different positional options to choose from. Or you could go wide receiver. That's 4, actually. I doubt we go corner at 33 at that point. I would be willing to sit on corner for a little bit and just try to replace C.J. Henderson in the 3rd round or 4th round. That's what I would be looking to do at that point. And it all depends on what you get. Okay, say we get a first round, a third round, and a player. All right. So if that is the case, then we trade our 2nd, 3rd round pick that we get out of that trade down for more picks. That would be the time to be aggressive with the trade down. because that opens up a lot of possibilities at that point for a lot of holes that we have to fill. So let's say that happens. Let's say we pick a linebacker, and let's say we pick up Jeremiah Trotter Jr. with that 33rd pick. Okay? Then, what you're looking for is a defensive tackle still. You're still looking for a corner. You're still looking for a wide receiver and an edge rusher. So with that trade down of that third round pick, or you could use that to pick up one of those positions, which at that point I would recommend trading down to do so. You could still pick up some quality players. That's why I'm still high on getting a wide receiver in free agency, ladies and gentlemen, because there's too many options right now. There's way too many options. And I like Curtis Samuel right now. I like Curtis Samuel for 10 mil. I like Peoples-Jones for 3 mil. Put Peoples-Jones in the slot. Put Curtis Samuel in the deep ball position. And I'm telling you, you will not regret it. You will not regret it, man. Curtis Samuel's a baller. There has been no mention of Washington wanting to re-sign Curtis Samuel so far. Nothing on Peoples-Jones either. I've been monitoring those two like a hawk. So, if anything should pop up like that, I'm going to post it immediately. People are going to know about it. So, with that being said, if you don't go wide receiver and you go with all the other positions in the draft, with the trade down to the third that we get out of a Brian Burns trade, we're home free. You know, we've set ourselves up really, really well. You know, if we scout well, we draft well. You know, and you got to scout well to draft well. So, that's what these combine days are for. That's the first look, you know. So let's make sure that we get these guys right. Let's make sure that we get as much info on these guys as we can get out of the on-the-field drills. You know, not so much the 40 drills, but the on-the-field drills. Then we'll know exactly what we're doing with. And it's interesting I said that about Nate Wiggins getting picked up by the Jags, because there's a mock draft on the board right now of him getting picked up by Jacksonville. I told you. I mean, Jacksonville knows what they're doing. I could see that mock draft pick actually happening. There's a chance. There's a high chance of that. Depends on how far he falls. Because of that hip injury today. I mean, we'll see. But anyway, that wraps up today's adventures today of day 2. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today, and they're just now getting into Total Access, so hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you guys got a lot out of this, like I did. We'll be back for day 3. We'll be starting out about 12:30, 12:45. I'll be grabbing some lunch, and then I'll be jumping right on stream. Alright, guys? To do this. And I think the highlight for today was watching my Clemson brothers in Clemson celebrating Nate Wiggins on his 429 40-yard dash, man. That is awesome. I loved watching that. That was fantastic. Oh, that did my heart good, man. As a Clemson Tigers fan, that did my heart good. And just watching all of the Clemson players that did well today, as well as the Florida State people, and it was just Nate Wiggins 24.05 miles per hour, top speed on the 40-yard dash, by the way. He bit out Quentin. Very impressive. I mean, that's a highlight today, too. I love seeing my Clemson boys highlighted. It feels good. It feels good, man. They're showing my guys some love. And they deserve it, too. Because Ruco Rororo and Tyler Davis were up there in the bench press as well. I mean, it's just a good day, man. It's a good day to be a Tiger fan. And also a Florida State fan. And if you're a Toledo fan as well. Because Quentin, you know, good for him, man. I'm happy to see him succeed today and have a good combine day. So there's a lot of these guys that had good combine days that deserve the attention and deserve the love. But, you know, it's a good day. It's a good day. We got a lot out of this today. So, thank you for the support. Shout out to DeReal Sunchild. Shout out to Marcos Cash. Shout out to Lock Poppy. As always, you know what we do around here, man. We stay happy, healthy, and well, and we keep pounding. I'll see you guys later. See you guys tomorrow. 12:30, 12:45, probably closer to 1. I'm never on time for these streams, but we'll try to make it work, man. Whenever I get in, I get in. All right?